Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Deckfish immediately interrupting me. Thank you very, very much for the sub, Deckfish. Always appreciate. As a reminder, you can pick up to 3 things for that. Let's see, we'll put that for Skyrim, Signalis, and the mystery 3rd thing. So, yesterday, I was rather abruptly ripped away from the computer and had to be very ready very quickly to head out for dinner. So we were in the middle of killing this giant cat. Dead Rising 1, you got it. Okay. Right. Right? Yeah. Nara.
You kill him! You kill my cat! Why must I suffer so? Stranglethorn belong to the Gurubashi. You best be leaving before we bury you here. Or stay if you want. We always be needing more to sacrifice.
The Gurabashi be using a set of voodoo to reclaim their land.
Hey there.
Oh, High Priestess Kilnara be behind this abomination. This ain't looking good. We should see to the dwarf and make our way out to see what other trouble be going on.
You be careful, man. Stay away from the voodoo.
Let's see if he's at least alive. Rather, can I just say, they actually added this special custom animation for monks. For when you have your weapon out. You're just kind of holding it over your shoulder like this. I don't have anything cool to add about that other than the fact that I love that little extra animation for monks. Anyways. There's a panther cub nibbling at his feet. Oh, my spine. Brother, is that you? Oh, it's you, Zainjin. Balti is dead. Then my brother has been avenged. I've only one request from you. The scamp here, he's been pawing at me bare feet. No dwarf should go to the earth with bare feet. Bury me with me boots. Dude, you're gonna live. Grant a dwarf his last request, will you? Thank you, lad. Or he's dead. Oh my god, okay. The panther cub looks at you with eyes that say, will you be my new dad?
How you doing, man?
This death ain't be in vain. We figure out Kilnara be on the prowl. Things don't look too good. We better be out to the rebel camp. Maybe we find me contact, yeah.
Bye-bye now.
I like to think that we did it, fella. Good morning, Fife. Oh my gosh.
King's honor, friend.
First snakes, then panthers, and now trolls. It's good you're here. We can use all the help we can get.
For the Alliance.
We're in trouble here, Zainjin. Your troll friend has been through here and warned us things are going to get serious, but I didn't think it'll be this bad. Could you help defend us out? Yeah, sure. I will defend.
Light bless you.
Die, monsters.
The Gurubashi be taking our land back. We let you stay here too long.
Oh, I noticed Manticore's on an undead raptor.
You think you're strong. You think you're brave. You think you can survive. But we know. You and all you people, you already dead. And once you're dead, then you serve the Gurubashi. Kill these worms!
By the way, while the voice acting was playing, you probably didn't even notice, but Oganaka was still there. And Oganaka looks at you with pleading eyes, is emoted at you. Oganaka also had a handler who was keeping him under wraps. Good morning, Fife. And good morning, Kennex Cow, Izmira Star, Yura, Ect, Creamy, and Blade Deval, and Pillage Snow. Did I ever get that? No. I did a lot of archaeology back in the day. Hey, Kira, white noise. Looks like I did. I did actually get the fossilized raptor. Like I said, I did a lot of that back in the day. Good morning, Lineros. I mean, the cough never left, but yeah. So, I'm sure he would find this funny. But Blade Teval said a couple things this morning, which I didn't have a chance to respond to. Which made me realize there's some positives I haven't been giving Wowcata. A whole category of positives I haven't been giving Wowcata. What's worst of all, they're story positives.
Greetings.
Thank you for giving us a bit of a breather. Like I said before, your troll friend was here for a small amount of time. He warned us and then laughed. James Stillair helped him get to his next destination. Maybe he can help you out.
Go with honor, friend.
How are you?
Yeah, the other Darkspear emissary was here briefly. He was eager to get to the next location and warn them. I sent him on a flight path to the Explorers League dig site in the Cape. I hope it wasn't too late.
Have a good one.
Yeah, take me
What
there.
can I do for you? See you later.
So as you may or may not have noticed, we switched over to Brewmaster. Brewmaster is one of those talent trees where I just want everything, which is a good thing. But man, choosing, just choosing is just like, but I want that, and 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 that. It's like walking into a candy store and being like, hey, you can get one thing. Yeah, Brewmaster's in a good place. So like right now I'm actually torn. I probably don't need... Sorry, I probably don't need another button. I've already got an extremely full bar with the way I'm set up here. But I really wanted exploding keg, so I don't really feel bad about that. Good morning, Pokemebo. Yeah, you walk into a gaming store, you can pick one game. Let's go ahead and get the other Purifying Brew buff. Grants me Ox stance. Let's go with that. That feels good. The dig side be overrun.
Don't be shy. Okay, dokie.
This don't look very good, Zainjin.
Be seeing ya.
The people, they'll be zombies. Voodoo zombies. This ain't gonna be pretty. You gotta kill them. But, once they's killed, there's a moment where I could save them. Change them back into the person they were before.
You be careful, man.
I was gonna say, we better save these people. I actually liked the people in this camp. Sorry, that's the dwarven daughter who was running the shop. I think. Excuse me. Yeah, Path of Exile is probably when we get to the point of too many options. Path of Exile is legitimately insane in terms of how many options there are. And you're probably thinking, oh, you mean like with the gems and the board, right? No, it's actually so much worse than that. It's so much worse than that. But anyways. So the entire category of positives I haven't been considering for Kata is supporting cast. Part of the reason I got myself caught in not thinking about this is, and I mean no offense by this Blade Traval, because he kept complaining about how there's no memorable or interesting characters, which is something he mentioned in previous expansions too. And I got myself caught thinking about it in the wrong way, for lack of a better way to put that. By thinking about it in terms of, say, Final Fantasy XIV, which has a main cast, whereas World of Warcraft doesn't actually have the concept of, you know, the party until, say, Pandaria. But the thing is, WoW still has plenty of interesting and supportive characters that actually do help flesh out the narrative. That's what the supporting cast positive is there for. So here's the question I posit to anybody who feels like answering. Which zones do you think had an interesting and or positive, like characters that added to the enjoyment of that particular zone? Because that is the very definition of such a positive. I really like, this off topic, I really like how Keg Smash resets the cooldown on Flame Breath nowadays. I also like having 2 charges of Keg Smash. Oh yeah, Badlands is going to be a big one, I agree with that. Ironically, we're not there yet. You don't remember characters? Well, okay, so I'll give you an example. An easy example of this for me would be Darkshore. The gentleman who lost his wife, the other gentleman who died while his bear was protecting him, the bear then going ahead and moving on to support the guy who lost his wife so that the two of them can both find new meaning in this new devastated world around them. There was also, in that exact same zone, the gnome who had invented the gnome recorder, who was trying to figure out what was going on with the plagued area. There was the night elf who was extraordinarily militant, who wanted very much to kill everyone who was even thinking about crossing onto their borders. Shara was there while we were there. Probably qualifies. Malfurion was there too, while we're on the subject. But in addition to that, we also had the dwarf, who was, I guess crazy is the easy way to put that. The guy who made us go all around the camp so he could find the book that he was sitting on when we started the quest chain. So, for me, Darkshore is an easy one, right? Plus to Darkshore. Jot down something for that here. And yeah, Westfall's a very easy one. I would also agree with the Eastern Plaguelands. We're not at Azure Span yet. I was kind of hoping for zones we've already covered as Miristar. Same with you, Bella.
How are ya? Be seeing ya?
We've done enough, Zainjin. We can't keep fighting these zombies. We need to figure out the source of the voodoo, and I think I know where to start.
Okay, dokie.
Some of the survivors mentioned food. Better check the food supplies. I got a bad feeling about this.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Good evening, Mr. Floyd. Yeah, I know it's strange, Bella, but I can't give positives to Cataclysm for Dragonflight. I'm sorry. I'd love to. Zenzo?
A pinch of this, a dash of that. Oh, Zanzil, Zanzil. I just love that voodoo that you do. Slaves, zombies. It don't matter to Zanzil. They all serve Gurubashi one way or the other.
That's right, we can just skip from Kata to Dragonfly. Just skip over Pandaria, skip over Warlord, skip over Legion. We're good.
Talk to me. Bye-bye now.
Zanziel, it is all starting to come together now. We can find me contact, we can formulate a plan of attack if a way to end this madness.
Stay away from the voodoo.
You got my attention.
Got it, all of the zombies. A troll. I did see one just before the outbreak. He warned us to be on our guard, but it was too late. He headed to Bolty Bay.
Off with you.
Actually, one zombie was very, very briefly in Cataclysm during the launch event, but that is it, to my knowledge. I think he might make one cameo in Pandaria. Don't quote me on that. I might be confusing that, because he's in the book. Yeah, actually, the other zones that would be easy supporting cast positives would be Kazan. I think I actually already gave that positive. Let me double check that. Nope. I have not. Oh, it looks like I actually already gave the Eastern Plague Lands one. Yeah, for double checking. This is why I categorize everything so I can search it easily. And Gilneas. Yes, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton.
The Dark Spear never gonna give up.
So, I don't know why they build this up to be a big spoiler, but spoilers, it was Vol'jin all along. I'll be telling Baron Revelgast about the Zandalar threat now. Why is this not voice acted? There you are. I've been searching the entire jungle for you. I see you were able to get some help. Yeah, the app's been good. Zandalar plan set to Gurabashi on the warpath. I know. Be why I went around to warn everyone. When the leader of the Darkspear speak, everyone listen. Horde and Alliance. Yeah, not all places had together so well. We try to get as much help as we can, but the source be Zilgarub. Didn't that be where we go next? We're gonna stop this uprising at the source. I got a few more things to discuss here. Then I'll head to Zul'Gurub. I'll see you there.
How you doing, man?
There you have it then. Looks like we're gonna be leaning assault on Zul'Gurabashi. There's been dire times for the Darkspear, but even more dire for the Zandalar. They be going too far. You've been good to Bwemba. Hopefully you're gonna continue to help out all the Strangaton. Spirits be with ya.
You be careful, man.
That's actually it for that chain, but it was a nice way to introduce the bosses of Zul'Gurub, as well as kind of be a vector quest for it, and indicate what's going on here. A favorite WoW NPC? Oh my god. There's too many. Having said that, the one that jumped to the front of my mind immediately was Thistlelee Crow. Because when you say NPC, I think non-major character, right? I'm fond of an old way of categorizing it. We all call PC the player characters, and for good reason. But in my opinion, there's actually a better way to classify it. There's PCs, which are plot characters, like Anduin or Alphino. God, lore. And then there's non-plot characters, like the guy whose name I can't think of who was wheelchaired over at FF14, or Bwemba, who we just met. Let's see what happens here. Yep, only available as a heroic. Damn it. Negatives to gameplay, which I've already given, actually, but still sucks that it's there. Whatever, let's go solo this place effortlessly. Sigh. I'm doing this on my monk because I want to save my raptor. So while I'm doing this, let's think about zones. Memorable zones, memorable characters. Characters that actually increased the overall enjoyment of a zone. Now, I had to distinguish that because Red Ridge had memorable characters. However, they actually reduced my enjoyment of that zone. So much so, in fact, that I think we're actually going to give a negative to characters for Red Ridge. What else? So let's go down the list. Let's actually get organized about this. Kalimdor. Teldrassil, not really. Darkshore, yes. Let's switch over to Durotar. No. Ashara? Well, it's funny you say that, Master. I already looked mentally at the Outland, the BC and Wrath zones, and I came up with not a lot, other than the Death Knight starter zone. This way, this way. Pay attention, pay attention. Okay. So now...
Is this hello or goodbye?
I need the present, please.
Losing track.
Thank you.
Heroes of the Alliance.
Shut up, Raytheon.
Isles have
Do it later. I am one of those people who doesn't mind the jokey nature of Cataclysm so long as the jokes are actually worth a damn. You want to make references? Sure. Make them good. If you're going to drag on the joke, you better make sure the joke doesn't stop being funny. And if you're going to do something like have a joke and nothing but a joke, you better make sure that you do everything I just said even more so than usual, because otherwise it's going to be even harder for it to actually be engaging. By memory, I rather enjoyed Oldham, for example. But, as I just showed off yesterday, Red Ridge is so far the second worst zone we've covered. Anyways. Okay, so Durotar, no. Ashara, that's just the goblins again, which we already gave. Ashenvale, no. Stone Talon I was thinking about, but really there's only like the one memorable character there. Maybe two. I don't think that really counts. South Barrens. That's an interesting one. Let's put a pin in that for a moment. Mulgore, no. Desolus, no. Feralos. Feralos should, but doesn't. So again, no. Thousand Needles, no. Tannerus, no. Ngoro, no. So... scooch over to the Eastern Kingdoms. Pierce Fall's an easy one, so let's give a yes to that. And Silver Pine. Yes, Mr. Flood Pinkerton. Already gave one to East Plagues. West Plagues was just kind of there. Hinterlands is a nothing burger. Arathi's a nothing burger. Ilsbrad. That's an easy one. Then we had Elwyn, no. Westfall we already gave. Red Ridge we gave a -2. Duskwood, no. And then we're here. Welcome to Zul'Gurub. Correct, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. So, I'm really sad I can't give this place positives. This is a good dungeon. In fact, both this and Zul'Aman are good dungeons. Zul'Aman is barely different from its raid variant. But this is, for all intents and purposes, a completely new dungeon. When you start off, you can go left over here to Zanzil and the High Priestess Kilnara, and eventually coming back over here. Or you can go right to hit Zephynoxus and Mandokir, and then eventually come back up here. You can join me. You have to not be time walking. And we're going to one-shot everything effortlessly. Well, it sucks to be them, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Okay, so you kill the priest, which removes the protection of the cauldron. That gives you 30 seconds of 90% reduction of nature damage, at which point you're supposed to run through the acid here. You can reapply on the way, which is good because you're almost assuredly going to be aggroing some of those mobs as you go. You know, it's no wonder they try to dumb down dungeons into being easier if people are complaining that they're too hard all the time. Some new, unique trashing, and I can't give pauses for any of this. I love how parts of the dungeon are just completely blocked off by this tree that fell over here. Look, I have adorable nieces. I don't know what you want, Lunar. That's just an everyday thing. Go ahead and get another. These are all mini bosses too, by the way, in order to unlock these. Mind. Full 4 chest was Zul'Aman. And I think I'm going to officially wait for Bragwin now. Sorry, I can't summon you, Bragwin. The original story of Zul'Gurub was actually fairly basic. The Gurabashi were making a move. Go deal with them. Once you go into there, you found out that the Gurabashi were, try to be shocked, under the purview of a very powerful Loa named Hakar. Hakar was the blood Loa. And as you might imagine, and I've actually talked about this before, any Loa that has a wide enough portfolio tends to be one of the stronger ones. Someone who's a Loa of bats, sure, like Hyreek. But someone who's a Loa of, I don't know, dying, or graves, or blood, that's a pretty big deal. So Hakar was a fairly strong Loa, and he actually, back in the day, pretty much brought the Gurabashi Empire to its knees, what was left of them, because he demanded so many sacrifices that it actually started to overwhelm their ability to keep up with it. So, the Gurabashi rebelled against him, which led to the split between the Gurabashi and the Atal Hakari. The Hakari, they were the ones who stayed loyal to the Blood God because they're evil, I don't know. But the Gurabashi were like, okay, fine, you know what, tell you what. We're just going to sit here in a corner, we're just going to live with it for a long, long time, until we get resentful and bitter, and you know what, honestly, I'm kind of sick of this place. Let's go ahead and resummon the Blood Loa. There were hints of this back in Vanilla Stranglethorn, but where it really came into detail was actually in a dungeon we haven't done yet, over in the Sunken Temple. You see, the Sunken Temple is sunken because the Green Dragonflight had buried it beneath the waters, and Hakar with it. Hakar had been killed and then sealed within the temple. So when we did Sunken Temple, we did a series of quests which ensured that Hakar would then be reborn. Quests that went all the way to Tannerus because Vanilla had never heard of quest design. So, with Hakar back, he rushes right back here to Zul'Gurub and quickly gets several followers together. Says, alright, we're gonna build this empire up. We're gonna do this. So the Zandalari show up to help stop him, and that's where they gave us our quests. So Vanox is here. He was a fun one. I'm gonna go body pull him just to show him off for a minute.
You disturb the plans of Gurubashi, little one. It's too late for you. Too late for all of you. Yes. Succumb to the venom.
This guy was a fun fight. So you notice how he's one of those caster bosses where he just kind of stands there and channels something.
Let the coils of death unfurl!
What you may or may not also have noticed is he's been painting a sigil on the ground. And yes, that sigil hurts. You stand in that acid damage. It hurts like crazy. He'll also do a thing on players, which he did on Bragwood earlier, which is what spawns these little spots. And he does a cone acid attack. Lots and lots and lots of damage coming out from all angles. It's very fun.
My death means nothing.
Yeah, where's our snake form for druids? God. Hello, Nightwing. Thank you for the sub, as always. And as always, if you would like to put that up to 3 things, please let me know. If the mount drops, I'm gonna laugh. Oop, sorry. If this area looks familiar, we actually came out of this area as an adorable little raptor as we were escaping from Mandokir. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I gotta play Frogger really quick. I had one group do this in an LFG back in Kata. They could not get up this hill. So I had to do it. This is actually a funny little tidbit. Back in the day, and in the escape, if you remember, we could just take this path over here and completely skip half the trash. So naturally, they built a palisade there, so we couldn't do that. So then they have these cauldrons. God, such a good dungeon. Each of these cauldrons can be drained to give a different color buff. Each color buff has to be dealt with in a completely different way. Then there's this boss. I like this boss so much, I actually based a D&D boss off this guy. So check this out, okay? See those chained spirits? Those are your 1-ups. There's 8 of them, I want to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. There are 8 1-ups in this fight. So you get to die 8 times in this fight. The boss hits extremely hard in very avoidable attacks. But every now and again, he picks someone and just straight up murders them. So there's kind of a soft enrage built into the fight. Now, the moment you're buffed, you get a, the moment you're rezzed by one of your 1-ups, you also get a buff, which also helps you then deal with him. Thing is, the achievement for this guy, which of course I have, was to do this without ever accepting one of those rezzes. That was actually pretty mean, I'm not gonna lie. What else? What does he do? Yeah, there's decapitate. Oh yeah, level up. Right. Whenever he kills a player, he does more damage. This effect stacks infinitely. So, he's also got his ad, of course. And I think that's kind of it. Yeah. But you may or may not have noticed over here on the side is our adorable little raptor. The raptor looks up at you. You can't be certain, but you think you see a flicker of recognition in her eye. So I kind of want to die here.
Make peace, worms. I'd be delivering you to Hakar myself.
I'm not actually sure he can kill us. It might not do damage. Oh yeah, his sword looked really cool back in the day. Oh, nope.
Hey, Grotsman!
I'm sorry, I love that.
My blood feeds Hakar. My soul feeds Jindo. Metosome insects. Now you will feel my wrath.
Yeah. Ding. Gratzman. The quest name is An Old Friend. Among all the raptors in Mandacure's domain, one familiar face stands out. She's grown a little bigger, but she's earned a few scars, but the last tail is still here. She recognizes you. Her father has finally come back to save her. This is only the second time I've done this quest, very much on purpose. And she's just going to be a permanent part of his bar now. And that depended on your healer and your tank, Bella. Because you're right, at a certain point, Mandacure would just hit too hard. He would start killing people without doing his I instantly kill you mechanic. Here, hop on, Bragwin. Ride me, Bragwin! Bragwin's like, I refuse. Hey, Grotzman. I used to have an add-on, or a macro, excuse me, that would play the script file for him saying, hey, Grotzman! And I'd hit it when people would level. I stopped doing that, but still. So you like giant trash packs from hell, right? How about more Brogger? You can survive for a few seconds in this back in the day. Also, there's just a Zandalari here. So, I've talked many, many times about the concept of the heavy. This dungeon did something interesting. So there's all the Gurabashi trash, and they've got their own heavies. But then there's the Zandalari. Every single Zandalari is a heavy. All of them. I guess we could do this too. So, a single Zandalari Archon was considered the equivalent of an entire trash pack. Yeah, the Zandalari were considered super trolls, and ironically would be through Pandaria as well. As part of the Zool Confederacy. I mean, my main Horde Paladin is a Zandalari, so... Another one of these. And again, unique mechanics. This guy just throws bones at you. Lots and lots of bones. Which one? That's true. Not that I've ever had any shyness about making up my own terms. But which one? I don't remember, Mr. Floyd. This was one of the hardest bosses, and definitely the hardest achievement in here. This fight sucked.
No, no! Get out! Leave me here with the memory of my sister.
Her sister is the one we killed back in vanilla. She literally cries tears of blood, which is its own AoE thing. And you notice all those ads are all asleep right now. Why would I need to look at the map, Euro? But here you go. Here's the map. She's not going to do her phase 2 unless we damage her, I think.
This body is useless.
Yeah, anyway, so she turns into a raptor, and then the ads are a thing, and it's a whole thing. It was kind of a cool thing. When she hits phase 2, every ad that's still alive is summoned. So if you just fight her and then she hits phase 2, you die. So what you want to do is you want to aggro her and then kind of start slow-moding your way through some of the ads to reduce their numbers. So that when you push her to phase 2, you don't immediately get overwhelmed by too much. Oh, wrong mount. There we go. You're gonna have to ride me. Two bosses left. So, yeah, we've got Zanzil's Cauldron, which each of these give you a buff. Frostburn makes it so your next ability freezes the target, which is how you permanently kill the zombies. Damn it, Nightwing. I remember all of them. There's 3 cauldrons, right? Each one gives you a different buff. I guess I could just look. Okay, so here we go. So Frost causes the player's next attack to inflict damage equal to 65% of the target's max health and stun the target. Zanzil is immune to this. Burning Blood causes the player to inflict fire damage to all enemies in 15 yards and fire damage to themselves. Drinking from the Toxic Cauldron will cause the player to take 90% less nature damage for 30 seconds. This fight was actually considered the hardest fight in here, even though Jindo was more of a coordination check. This fight was actually harder. So, he did a lot of damage. He did a lot of magic damage. He did a lot of nature damage. He did a lot of shadow damage. But he would also use 3 mega abilities. The first one is he'd bring together a ton of zombies. That's Frost. Then he'd pick up the really big trash. That's Fire. And then he would put this toxic gas everywhere, which would do damage per tick equal to 1/5 of your max health. That's the nature cauldron. And he could cycle between these fairly quickly. So that was pretty much the entire fight, was dealing with that.
You will all suffer for this. Zul'Garub is nothing without that. Oh.
Now over here is where we used to fight Jindo. Jindo wasn't the last boss of this place back in the day, even though he was actually the leader, for lack of a better way to put that, of the Gurubashi. But the last boss back in the day was Hakar himself. But Hakar's dead and gone, so we've got to deal with Jindo now. Go the right way, Laura. Pay attention. Alright, so here, who wants to hear a story about noob lore? It's a story I am legitimately embarrassed to tell you. So all the way back in the day, going towards Fallout, New Vegas, RPGs, and Outer Worlds 2. Thank you again, Nightwing, very much. Yeah, Rastakhan was mentioned back in Kata and Pandaria, but he wasn't seen until BFA. So back in the day during the raid version of this, so this is vanilla, there was a whole lot of trash up there, and that trash sucked. And they would do knockbacks and fears. And so one time, I got knocked back and feared. Like, we're all fighting here. Fight. I got knocked back and feared up the hill, which led to me aggroing several other trash that we hadn't killed. Like a moron, I then immediately ran back to the group. Like, basically in instinct. Like, oh God, come save me. Naturally, that led to us wiping. And this unpleasant woman in voice chat, I'm going to say that as nicely as I can, because she was a really horrible person. Like, she was just, I don't have a good word. She was a Karen. You know the type. Harpy, right? But anyways, she immediately called me out on that. Rightfully so, admittedly. And asked what the hell was wrong with me. And actually called for me to get kicked from the guild on the spot. Because of that screw up. Anyways, back to the dungeon. You'll notice that the trash here is just 2 Zandalari. Which again gets across the idea of how much of heavies that they are. There's a lot of dead people around here. That's very strange. Oh well, let's make sure we kill these Gurubashi Spirit Warriors. No reason, but we need to make sure we kill them. On both sides. Alright, this fight was awesome. So this is Jindo, the Godbreaker. You can barely tell he's there, but he has actually successfully managed to trap a car that is draining his power in the same way that the Drakari were up in Northrend.
Welcome to the great show, friends. Just wait till you see what I got in store for ya.
So, I don't even know if it's possible to show off his real phase. So he's got these dead zones he drops down. It reduces the magic damage you take by 90%, and it reduces your casting speed by 90%.
Find shelter.
And he does this chain lightning attack, which will kill you, obviously, unless you're in a dead zone. Placing these was kind of part of the fight, but honestly, this is the easy part of the fight.
Find shelter.
I think I'm going to have to act. So let's see if I just poke him and see what happens. Oh, thank God.
Have a taste of Jindo's true.
So now we're in the spirit realm.
Your deceit is unforgivable, Jindo. You spit in the face of a god.
You notice Jindo in the background there. So the way you deal with this fight is you got the Gurubashi spirit. You killed him earlier, right? Because we're in the spirit realm. We're in the realm of the dead. So you would have the tank pull these guys up here. Come on. There we go. And not kill them. That's important. And periodically they will target a random member of the raid with an attack called Body Slam. Body Slam is the only thing that breaks the chains. The whole time, Twisted Spirits are spawning infinitely to swarm you. And he's throwing out these Shadow Bolts, which also can screw with you. Oh, by the way, his Body Slams also leave Void Zones. And yes, that's medicine. If you were good, you could do like 2 with one guy. But you notice he's got a stacking buff, Frenzy. And it's still stacking, so you would eventually have to kill the big guy. And in the doing, you know, have to go then get another big guy. And that was pretty much the fight. Once you take down the chains,
You overstepped your bounds.
fight's over. And Jindo goes from being this big, intimidating looking guy called the Godbreaker to Jindo the Broken. He dropped the staff, that's nice.
Be free, insects. I will deal with you.
Put down there. Do I like coriander? I don't think I even remember what coriander does. or tastes like. But anyways, point being, this was a really, really good dungeon. Probably one of the best Kata dungeons, and I cannot give it any positives at all on the gameplay axis. Story-wise, I still find the story here interesting, and I am going to still give it a story positive, just for the arc. No, I lied. I'm going to give it a second one. Visual storytelling. There's a lot going on. It deserves to be mentioned. Oh no, this whole dungeon is a direct sequel to the raid. They absolutely felt, they absolutely expected the players to go through this, to be very familiar with the raid. Not just in terms of mechanics, but in reference. I mean, to continue the idea of just how much they were planning on you being aware of vanilla in Kata. Most people don't even notice it nowadays. But there's a portion of Dead Mines where you have to... oops, there we go. Where you have to click on a cannon to open the door. And most people who click that nowadays are probably confused, because then it says, oh my god, the cannon was trapped, and you get knocked back. And then it spawns a bunch of trash on your face. And they're thinking, oh, okay. But that is a direct reference to vanilla, because back in vanilla you had to go back down the mine, get the gunpowder to then use the cannon to open the door, and that was the only way you could progress. It is a direct and immediate, or not horde, it's a direct and immediate reference to vanilla. Like, it doesn't even apply if it's not relevant to vanilla. Where's my hearth? Okay, that's sufficient. So there's probably going to be some construction today. Of the upcoming zones, I do agree that Badlands probably deserves a character positive, ignoring its obvious relevance to the main plot, which so many people aren't even familiar with. Hey Bragwin, do you have the 4-chest bear mount? The dungeon version? Oh, you are about to. Ignore all this. This is an endgame Kata zone. We'll get here. You tell it's an endgame Kata zone because it doesn't look like a vanilla zone. No, that's not it at all. That's unrelated. I'm not sure what the other one's actually called. Is it Imani? The Imani Battle Bear. That would be it. There's also the Imani Hunting Bear, which I haven't picked up yet. Oh, excuse me. Apologize for the trip. I'm literally crossing the continent, and I happen to be Alliance. So it takes a minute. Oh, okay, so Badlands, probably not Burning Steps. Maybe Burning Steps? I don't know. We'll debate Burning Steps. Definitely not Blasted Lands. Definitely not Swamp of Sorrows. Dunmarogue. Loch Bodan. Not really. And that just leaves Searing Gorge. Searing Gorge is a maybe. We'll put a pin in that. So maybe Searing Gorge. Maybe Burning Steps. Probably Badlands. And I think that's going to be it going forwards. I'm sorry, okay? I forgot I was an Alliance character. Can we go through so fast? That's not actually a joke. I really did forget I was Alliance. If you were paying attention, I went to the Horde flight path, or Zeppelin path, and then was like, oh, right. Silly me. Same way you enter any other zone, you just walk in. I do that all the time in Dalaran. I'm immediately like, okay, I need to hit the portal to Orgrimmar. Fly over to the portal to Orgrimmar. And then all of a sudden I'm really confused for a few seconds because I just got teleported and stunned. Why did they teleport me and stun me? Oh, right, I'm on Alliance. Thank God they got rid of that crap. So, in contrast to the amazing dungeon we just did, which is probably the best dungeon in Kata. Sigh. Have I given negatives for that? Hang on, let me double check that. Yep, there it is, Zul'Gurub. Just double checking. Zulaman, the dungeon, is just the raid again. They barely changed it from the raid version, other than turning it into a 5-man from a 10-man. Like, there's a few precise changes, but it's just kind of a copy-paste deal. You cannot live a roof. Oh, I see the misunderstanding. The reason I say they got rid of that crap is in future expansions, there's no worry about accidentally going into the wrong district. Let's see if the cutscene's playing right now. So we've got Haldoran, Varisa, and Vol'jin debating the situation with the Amani. And we'll just sit here until they decide to start talking. Unlike Zul'Gurub, by the way, which got an entire quest arc to it, Zulaman's just kinda here. I don't even care. Let's just go. Come on, let's just go. I got a clock. It's ticking. Oh yeah, the Darkspear have always been kind of a neutral race, which is funny when you think about it. That's going to be true in Pandaria as well. Lovely artwork. Vol'jin, what you got for me?
These be the dark times.
The Amani been rebuilding their forces, and they raised up a new warlord to lead them. He's called Dakara the Invincible, and he's practically just Zul'jin again, but with a slightly different coat of paint. Seriously, it's the same frickin' fight.
Spirits bewitch ya.
Alright, here we go. This is it. Hardest thing in the run, right here. Can do this. Everyone has to click it at the same time. We successfully did it. We've opened the gates. We've started the timer. Give me Zandalari schemas. The dark spears and our allies will deny your rulership of the money. Yamani Noah here. It's time for the attack. I used to have this down.
Intruders! Sound the alarm!
To a science, by the way. We got really good at this
Gonna
place.
feast today.
Here's our
Begin
timer.
the ceremonies. Sacrifice the prisoners. Make room for our new guests.
So we always go left first. Up along this edge to skip those two. Have to kill this guy before he brings the ads. Gonna fail at that because they changed. I forgot about that. We pull the first two groups, but then we stop. Turn around, pull this trash down, move further up. Get this group by itself because by this point we're gonna get some ads. Move further up. I used to do this fight while half asleep too, so this is literally burned into my brain. And by this fight, I mean this dungeon. Because the only time everyone had available to raid was, you know, when it was really, really early for me.
You, the prey! You can't kill my spirit.
Go and rescue this guy here.
How you doing, man? Spirits be with ya, man. Yeah, man.
Now they all give bonus loot. So this is actually a cool concept. So let's talk about Zulaman. Originally it was a raid, obviously, and this is barely different from the raid. The way it worked out is you started off with a 15-minute timer. The moment you kill a boss, you add, I want to say 5 minutes to the timer. Each time you successfully take down a boss, before the timers run out, it is before they've successfully sacrificed something.
Get the move on, gods! It be killing time!
Each of those guys gives a little bit of additional loot. We can avoid these trash by just hugging the wall. So, I'm going to pause here for just a sec to tell a story. So, there's a timer, you kill bosses before timer runs out, you get extra loot. That's true for every single boss, but it kind of escalates. If you successfully do all 4, if you get all the way to the end to get the 4th bear, with timer still available, or the 4th boss with the timer still available, you got this mount. The 4-chest bear mount. You can't get this anymore because they got rid of it from the game, which sucks. As you can see, I currently have it. I was a tank for this. I was a very low-geared tank for this. And everyone, when I joined, except for like the few people who are in charge of the run, said, why are we dragging this noob through here? We all got to rely on our... Bragwin, I need you to be a terrible tank for just a second for me. Okay, so we all got to rely on our terrible tank, Bragwin, instead. So, I'll never forget the very first run we were doing. We had successfully taken the first boss with timer. We scooched up to this pull.
Don't be delaying your fate. Gods, go already! Who you be more afraid of, huh? Them or me?
And terrible tank up there was like, all right, I got this. And, you know, they were like, Lord, grab this one mob. So I grabbed the one mob. And then terrible tank died. Now, you may or may not have already divined this, but by virtue of there being a timer, deaths and wipes were extremely punishing. For a proper 4-chest run to actually go smoothly, it could not afford any deaths.
Right out there and bring me back some heads!
So the tank died and everyone was calling for a wipe. And you could probably already tell based on how I'm lining up this story, but what I did was I went ahead, pulled them together, and I started pulling some absolute bull crap. Doing little juddering steps back up the staircase, and then doing a charge down, intervene, more specifically down, because then the NPCs took a little bit longer, which gave me just a few microseconds of not being hit, which allowed the healers to catch back up. And I just kind of did this weird yo-yo thing up and down this staircase to have tiny little bits of time where I wasn't taking damage in order to properly take these things. They never questioned my tanking ability after that.
I be losing my patience. Go on. Make them wish they was never born. You'll be dead soon enough.
Now you're probably thinking, Laura, that sounds extremely easy. And you're right, I don't know why I'm bragging. But, you know the part we used to wipe on the most? The part which we'd lose the most 4 chest runs?
Help me.
Oh, right, we gotta breathe the person. Hang on, we'll get to the wipes in a second. Always forget to release them.
Talk to me.
There you go, be free. We could stay to get the loot. That's up to Braylon. I don't care about that loot. Up to 20 minutes on the timer. That's actually funny. Despite me pausing to talk. So anyways, the way we wipe is here. So these are scouts. If you aggro a scout, they don't fight you. They immediately rush for the drums. When they reach the drums, they hit the drums. I know. That immediately spawns reinforcements. The reinforcements weren't super hard, but when you're already pushing through all this crap, and I should mention, these elites hurt. Like, these were very mean elites. Did you notice there was a scout as part of that?
Shy. Thousands have come before you. You'll not be alone in your service.
Yeah, you'll notice there's 2 scouts as part of this group. My healer friend who was with us for this run happened to be a druid healer. And he got extremely good at rooting people. Because it was one of the only really reliable ways to, oh crap, make sure that they didn't hit the drums. So that little section right there, that was our biggest wipe point right there. I should mention I used to do this raid at work, because I had my job at the data center at this point.
Spirits of the wind, be your doom.
So this guy was funny. Over there's some eggs. Over there's some eggs. If they all spawn at once, they kill us. If this sounds familiar, then congrats, you were paying attention earlier in Zul'Gurub.
Get to work on them eggs.
So what we would want to do is we want to kill one of the hatchers, but not the other one. Let the other one go and hatch them, and then we would go ahead and kill the ads as they came. And then we'd let him do the other side, because eventually, as you might imagine, he would call everything.
Tazagachu.
Now this was always the easiest part for me. Which is funny, because it's probably supposed to be the hardest part, but we had this down to a frickin' science. Ugh, goddammit, fine, I'll go rescue you. Keep forgetting to save oh no, I can't get back up. Sorry, you get to stay sacrificed. Sorry, my bad. Anyways. So, we would come up through here. Around here. Along this edge, over this wall. Oh, maybe not this wall. No, this is right, Yeah, here we go. Into this window. Through this window. And then same thing here. Skipping like most of the trash here. Skirt along this edge, and this is like the danger point right here. Because there's a lot of trash right there, which is easy to pull. Then we get water walking. And we would walk across this lake. I'm not going to do it because I don't have water walking. But we would walk across this lake rather than walk across this path. You're probably thinking, why wouldn't you want to walk across the path? I'm not actually sure it's in this version, but there's definitely at least one trash pack right there, which we're going to completely bypass, of course. Then we had this crap. Look, there's no trash here. Thank God.
Take your pick, trespassers. Any of my priests be happy to accommodate you.
This section was the paladin's job. Pretty much the reason we brought a paladin tank was for this trash pull, this section right here. No joke. And then Halazi. This guy was a relatively simple, make sure you're paying attention check, but he was fun.
To the fang and claw.
There she is.
Help me. Hey there.
So, she's like, oh my god, hit me, hit me. We rescue her.
You don't do too bad. Your efforts delayed the inevitable for a small time. Come to me now. You prove yourself worthy offerings.
I swear this used to be a gnome. That's where she spawns a bunch of gold. But that's not what we're here for, of course. More gold. I wonder how much that gold gives at this point.
Dingo.
Oh, hey, a chest. Go ahead, Bregman. Looks like about 2 to 5 gold each. Not too bad. Bregman. Bregman! Bregman, no! There's your bear. We didn't used to wait for her to do the whole animation, though. You can actually loot the bear by just doing this with the camera. Alright. So that was the 4-bear chest run. Who's ready to hear another embarrassing story about how much of a terrible, terrible person Laura is?
How are ya? Okay, dokie.
So, one time we were doing Zulamon. Me and Gary were doing Zulamon specifically. With our usual group. Yes, it is, Jay Palmer. And we were doing it at work. Now, we had a pretty simple rule when it came to work. It's one of the reasons we were allowed to do things like play WoW at work. Work always came first. So, doesn't matter what boss we're in the middle of, doesn't matter what dungeon we're doing, doesn't matter if we're healing, if a customer shows up, that's it. They take precedence. They take priority. So, we were getting ready for the pull on Malacras up here. The Malacras is your fairly typical BC-era council fight. So, Gary sees that people are coming in. He's like, oh my god, look, deal with it. And without any hesitation whatsoever, and apparently without a single functioning brain cell in my skull, I immediately sit down at his computer and get ready to heal Malacras for him. He stalls for a second before going out and dealing with the customer. Now, I'm going to go ahead and admit with some degree of legitimate pride that despite being on a class I had never played before, on a spec I hadn't played before, on a computer setup I didn't know, with hotkeys I didn't know, we successfully defeated Malacras with me healing them. Because I've always been a good healer in this game. And of course I knew the fight inside out, because of course I did. However, the reason I admit this as a shameful story is because, yeah, different UIT, he didn't do add-ons. The reason I admit this as a shameful story is because he comes back after a bit, you know, it's like, hey, and I'm like, hey, we did it. And I was so happy that I'd successfully pull it off for the reasons I just mentioned to you, and he's like, I meant for you to go get the customer. And yeah, that would have been a lot more logical for me to go deal with the customer rather than the raid.
Your shadow gonna fall on you.
Oh, now, everybody try to keep the Amani Empire down. Now, we got friends. We with the Zandalari now. We part of something bigger. You can't stop us all. The whole world going to drown in blood.
Oh yeah, real quick. Even all the way back in BC, there was this like story beat about how Malacras. So every one of the priests here has bound a Loa to their power. In fact, they're not actually named like Halazi, for example. Halazi is the name of the Loa of Lynxes. So, Malakras then has bound himself to something even darker. That wouldn't be followed through on until the Chronicles book came out, or circa Pandaria. Turns out there's a Cathraxi buried under here. Yes, one of those Cathraxi. You know, the ones there's like 5 of ever. And Malakras was tapping into that. So I'm kind of glad we killed him.
Maybe before, but the Amani Empire never going to die.
That is a helmet, or a mace with it like a head on it. It's very strange.
How can old Vol'jin help ya?
Anyways, then we release the spirits, which he uses. This is actually a fun fight, too. He would run around and grab different abilities based on grabbing the powers of each one of these spirits.
They'll speak of your exploits for generations.
Yeah, no, the last time that the Amani were ever something you would consider an empire was during the Troll Wars. You know, the Troll Wars that the Yamani lost. Thank you for the sub, Neros. Always appreciate you. Stormwind's king died? This was before Stormwind existed. It was about 1,400 years ago. This music, oh my god. Wow, that's some overlay right there. Yeah, we're just gonna be listening to this troll fanfare for a minute. This is just our life. Yeah, Stonewind, get it right. Oh, okay. No, when I refer to the Troll Wars, I'm referring to the one between the burgeoning Arathor Empire, the Kingdom of Quel'Thalas, and the Amani. It's the war that led to the foundation of Dalaran, the introduction of magical arcane arts to humanity, and a fairly long-standing bond of friendship and fellowship between the elves and the humans. It's actually a pretty significant event in the history of the world. It's not touched on that often, but it's a big one. So here's Deadwind Pass, just for you, Lord Harrimont. Here it is. Deadwind Pass. Okay, anyways, that was Deadwind Pass. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you, Sarif and Multaniel, very much, as always. Remember, you can pick up to 3 things, and if you're undecided, you can also pick a generic genre of a game instead of a specific game. But I will put 2 of those towards Kingdom Hearts 4 and Elder Scrolls 6, which may or may not be vetoed. We'll see when we get there. Yeah, we're Alliance. Not the first time I've said that. Good day. Yes, that is correct, Jay Palmer. It's the same reason Fallout 4 is vetoed. Oh, I'm not time walking. No wonder nothing's showing up. God damn it. It's okay. Everyone, relax. I'm a human. Let's do it, Ross. It's a really, really good episode. It's probably one of the best episodes of the thing. End statement. Of the series. Certainly before season 4 came around. Oh yeah, I'm Alliance. I keep forgetting. Look, in my defense, I'm an idiot. What's really funny is I was Alliance for both Vanilla and BC, exclusively. But at the same time, I was then Horde for Wrath and Kata and Pandaria and Warlords and Legion and BFA and Shadowlands and Dragonflight and War Within.
Why, hello.
I've got a little bit of leaning, is what I'm trying to
Who
say.
would have thought someone named Deathwing would bring about
Thank you
so
for
much
making me a liar,
destruction?
Crony. Appreciate you. For Season 2, the boring dreck of garbage, or Season 3, the irritating, awful terribleness, which occasionally has good episodes more?
It's so nice to see you.
That's a good question, but unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you, J-Paul. Because I have yet to jot down our reviews of Season 2. I like how it, forced the mount on me. Yeah, I know, thanks. Delete the Amani Bear mount. There we go. I did do rooms, but rooms, as I've said many, many, many times, are not reviews. Now, if you asked me if I prefer Season 1 or Season 2 of TNG, I'm not going to answer that. In fact, it looks like we have TNG up through Season 4, actually. And Voyager, looks like we're up to about halfway through Season 4. TOS, we haven't done anything yet. DS9, we haven't watched yet. And Enterprise, we haven't done anything yet. So, Season 1 of TNG got a net overall percentage of 19.23%. That's pretty bad. In fact, that's extremely bad. In fact, that might be the worst season of television I've ever seen. Lower percent is worse. Higher percent is better. For a bit of perspective, something like, say, Andor got a 95%. So a little contrast there. So, Season 1 of TNG got 19%. Season 2 got 33%. Season 3 got 60%, and Season 4 got 67%. So there's your spread.
What's up?
I got a problem you might be able to help me out with you. See, in addition to the fine pursuit of arms dealing, I'm trying to live it up. Living up the entertainment here at Bog Paddle. Apparently there's a bunch of these Markra things in the North Waters that don't take kindly to the wild beach parties we've been throwing. Joke's on them, I'm not going to be pushed around by a giant lobster. They're my next source of revenue.
Keep it real.
See, that's what I do whenever people complain about me partying too loud. I just murder them and sell their body parts. Worse. No, I'm just joking. They've even got a boom box. And a beach party.
Interesting.
What's up, bro? We were just in the middle of our completely spontaneous beach party when something terrible happened. Dude. Had a whole case of silver snap ice, the Baron's own drink of choice, till the silt crawlers stole them. I've never seen silt crawlers drink, but they took right into the water down the beach. We need some sort of awesome hero who can help retrieve our specifically branded favorite beverage. He stares at you for a moment. That means you, bruh.
Hurry back.
The neutral zone was season 1. Yes, Ross. Now, while I aggro a couple of things together here. And then immediately got rooted. Fine, burned to death. Jackasses. So someone asked me, which is worse, Season 1 of TNG or Season 2 of Voyager? I can tell you the top-down answer to that right now, which is Season 1 of TNG. Not by much. It's pretty close. Season 1 of TNG, as I mentioned before, I actually have to get the decibels here, is 19.23%. Voyager Season 2 is 21.79%. So, very, very, very small difference between those two. Let's look at the specifics, shall we? Let's look at TNG Season 1. So we have a blue for Encounter at Farpoint, then a black, then a black, then a blue, then a green, then a blue, then a black, then a blue, then a black, blue, green, blue, black, green, blue, 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 3 yellows. That's as high as TNG gets right there in Season 1. Then a black, of course, then a blue, then a green, then a blue, then a green. Voyager, over in Season 2, is much more psychedelic. What are the blacks? Oh, hang on. Those would be the Naked Now, Code of Honor, Justice, Hide and Q, Angel 1, and Symbiosis. Come on, game. Thank you. So we go over to Voyager. Now, what's interesting about that is that was 6 if you were paying any kind of attention. Voyager has 7 Lamentations in Season 2. Those are Elogium, Tattoo, Maneuvers, Alliances, Threshold, Innocence, and Tuvix. Voyager goes blue, blue, red, black, blue, 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 black, blue, black, blue, blue, black, black, red, blue, yellow, green, blue, blue, black, orange, black, blue, green. Voyager Season 2 is just such a bizarre season to look at. If you're wondering, the reds are projections and meld, and the orange is the thaw. The yellow is Death Wish. I'm sure Ross is amused by that. I think Jane was right or wrong to kill Tuvix. Well, okay, so right and wrong usually refer to morals. Generally speaking, murdering one of your own crew member would be the kind of thing we would consider morally wrong. So I don't actually have to engage my brain on that at all. That was morally wrong of her to do. The end. Like, I know this is putting me outside the box. I know I'm kind of a stranger here for thinking it's wrong to murder your own crew members. But I'm not actually Darth Vader. I know, it's shocking. Oh, you can argue cold calculus all you wanted, but that has nothing to do with morality. Math has nothing to do with morality. And that's what I was asked. If I murdered 3 people to save 6 people, that is wrong. I am murdering people in cold blood, regardless of what my motive or operations is. That is morally wrong. Listen, I'm not going to stab you. I'm just going to murder you horribly, Genix cow, but it's okay. For a good cause. From a purely tactical point of view, was she correct? Honestly, Cisco didn't do jack in the Pale Moonlight. The only thing he did was keep his mouth shut. A lot of people use that as the big example of how dark Star Trek got. In fact, people for years use that as an example of how DS9 wasn't Star Trek. And I just raise my eyebrow at those people. Anyways.
Time is money, friend.
You got the goods? Bro. There was tape holding it to the claw.
Keep it real.
Our ice-cold, refreshing silver snap ice. I can't thank you enough, dog, for this entirely spontaneous act of heroism. Here, have your own bottle as a totally sincere gesture of thanks. Be sure to tell all your friends how good it is. Sure.
Be good.
I mean, frankly, yeah, him bombing an entire colony of his own people, I feel like adding, although that shouldn't matter. It's probably something much darker and more horrible that Cisco did than keeping his mouth shut.
Yo! Have a good one!
Get the tails? Don't be trying to push no hacked up ones on me.
Be good!
I can see it now. Our own famous bog paddle lobster poppers, made fresh from the sea. Oh, this stuff writes itself. Yep, much appreciated, friend. I'll start seeing if I can cut your people a favorable arrangement, huh?
Have a good one! Keep it real!
Here's another favor you can do for me, pal. We had a whole shipment of landmines come in from Booty Bay the other day, but someone stole them in the middle of the night. Whoever did must have been sloppy, because they dropped them all over the swamp. No goblin I know would be that careless. I need you to go gather those landmates. I'm sure they're perfectly safe and disarmed. Every single one. Yep.
Be good! Have a good one!
Hey, I gotta read this out loud. On behalf of the illustrious and always neutral Steam Wheel Cartel, welcome to Bog Paddle. We're proud to be the only beachfront resort and military-grade weapons yard in the Eastern Kingdoms. You guys may have that little war raging just south here, but inside these walls, it's all fun and games. So take a load off, have some R&R, and a drink or two. Keep out of trouble. My bruises will remind you, your skull, what neutral territory means.
Be good!
The Saggle Bog east of town is swarming with crocodiles. Swarming, you hear me? I've sold every bit of crocodiles I can imagine. Hides, teeth, tails, tongues, eyes, you name it. Point is, they ain't selling no more, and there's too many crocs. So, since there's no use to me, and they occasionally eat my guests, could you go kill the suckers? I'll be negotiating things with your people.
Have a good one!
Sure. Like, logically speaking, there would be a whole bunch of trade princes around. Or, sorry, trade barons around. We just don't see a lot of them. As you can see, this one runs a town, so that's probably your equivalent in terms of size and power. You there, yeah, you. You want a good word in there with the trade baron? Give me a hand. I heard you're the one that got all those macra tails. They're wonderful, but not enough for proper gumbo. There's plenty of swamp striders outside of town. Give me the biggest drumsticks you can find.
Glad I could help!
Well, we do have Undermine coming up as Mirror Star. So, I think Cardassians look better than their actual human actors. I mean, yeah. Like, I'm sorry. Not a Visitor is an extremely attractive woman. But she looks even better in Cardassian outfit. I'm just saying. Or not Cardassian makeup. Yes, I know she had claustrophobia attacks, and I would never wish that upon her again. Speaking of someone who suffers from that. But it's still true. I actually agree with Bladeville on that, though. The thing is, everyone likes to point to Cisco deciding to bomb the colony as, like, this big, oh my god, war crimes moment. And, if I can be completely blunt, that's a load of hooey. Something I've actually talked about a lot, as in the very game we're streaming right now, but also in Star Trek in particular, is whether or not something counts for consideration. To talk about this again, briefly, you cannot consider everything when it comes to debating, theory crafting, and giving opinions on something like Star Trek, because there's too many things that contradict too many other things. It quite literally does not work. You can't do it. So what people tend to do, naturally and automatically, is they think of the parts that either are most memorable to them, or that they agree with the most, or whatever, right? It's just, for whatever reason, they pick and choose which parts of canon they decide to consider when it comes to actually debating the setting. Make sense? We cherry pick, in sort. Anybody who's a fan of Star Wars knows exactly what this feels like, because you did it over there too. No, that's still true in Star Wars. Oh, it's cool down there. Sorry. So, for example, Sisko deciding to bomb an entire one of his own colonies, essentially just to make a point, because he's totally going too far and he's losing himself to vengeance, is stupid, and always has been. To be quite frank, it is not hard to consider that entire episode to not be canon. They were going for something, and they failed at it. It's right alongside the idea of the fact that Jadzia Dax decides to throw away her life and career and all of her friendships forever because there's this dude she met, last week, and he was making goo-goo eyes at her. I'm sorry, I roll to disbelieve. By the way, that is also an episode of DS9. Earlier, but still counts. So, Sisko holding a grudge? Sure. Sisko getting a little bit too focused on taking down Eddington because of a personal grudge against him. I can buy both of those things. But Sisko going as far as he does in that episode, including, and this really needs to be emphasized, using chemical weapons on an entire colony, making it uninhabitable for an entire species. Bull crap. That's the kind of thing that's a story negative right there, not a positive. By total contrast, I do think that him deciding to stay quiet in the pale moonlight is far more in character for him, and is the kind of thing that I absolutely think is going to be in consideration, right? I will be curious to see how that episode reviews when we get there later on. Yeah, but only humans count, Jump Crash. Nobody cares about other species. Don't be ridiculous. I mean, name another species on Earth. Come on. No, we killed all the whales, remember, Magister? Well, we killed all but, like, 2 of them, and they just vanished for some reason? I don't know what happened to them. Okay, now you're just being ridiculous, Florian. Canadians aren't people. I've always wondered about that. Like, did we have to do some serious genetic engineering voodoo to save the humpback whales? Because we only brought back 2. 2's not really a viable population starter, you know what I mean? God dang it. One was pregnant. Yeah, that doesn't change anything whatsoever about what I just said. It's like saying, okay, we rescued 2 humans to rebuild the human population, and someone's like, one of them was pregnant. You're ridiculous. I don't want to get into the Vic Fontaine thing. What, the original Magister? No. It's my opinion that Cisco's issues during Bada Bing Bada Bang, I think was that episode, are nonsense. It's Ira Steven Bear jumping into Cisco's body and controlling him for a few seconds to try and get a few brownie points. That was not Cisco speaking there, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ira was pretty bad about soapboxing. Every now and again, by essentially coincidence, we'd get something good out of it.
What's up? Keep it real. Hurry back.
Hey, Dakota.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, you get those things I asked about?
Keep it real.
What'd I tell you? Perfectly safe. I'll see about getting some of these over to your friends at a discount.
Be good. Keep it real.
All taken care of? Good to hear. It takes a load off my mind. Now I can focus on proper business for the fine folk of Marshtide and Soder. Weary from the war and all that junk.
Be good.
You're getting it. You scratch my back, I scratch more. Well, more like I scratch the back of your whole army and just a little harder on the backs the other side. Was that too complicated? What I'm trying to say is I got a lot of backs, so I'm going to have to ask you to scratch mine a few more times. Whoever stole those landmines just hit our boys on the eastern shore. Okay, let's see what happens.
Have a good one.
Would I join Starfleet? Which era? Because that matters. TOS, no. Enterprise, no. TNG, no. TSA, no. Voyager, no. Lower Decks, yes. Alright,
Talk to me.
Silver Snap sent you, I'm doomed. Oh, he sent you to help me. Oh, that's different.
Glad I could help. Hurry back. I got the best deals anywhere.
Gilblins! He stares at you silently for a while. You never seen a Gilblin before? They're crazy. Crazier than me. I just blow up stuff for a living. These guys are whacked. I don't know where they came from, but they're like awful fish goblins. Gills and everything. They wiped out all my men down at the beach and took our shipping freighter. You gotta help. Okay.
Keep it real. Glad I could help.
Any shipping crew I had that you don't see hanging around this camp is dead. Those are fine goblins, but we're... Any shipping crew I had that you don't see hanging around this camp are dead. Those are some fine goblins, but what's worse is they're still out there. It's a tragedy. I mean, it's a tragedy they still have their stuff. It's horrifying to think of all the perfectly good materials and coins sitting on the water. Hey, do me a favor. While you're killing Gilblins, go loot my old crew. Oh, come on, they're not going to need it anymore. Be real.
Hurry back.
Or... Anyways. I think actually, though, Bella,
I have
I was
many,
joking
many
there.
wares.
And no, I have not. I think ultimately, I would not join Starfleet. I wouldn't do what Valerian did. No offense, Valerian, but that sounds kind of like hell to me. Yes, game. Yes, thank you. Yes, game. Yes, game. Yes, game. Yes, oh my god. Yeah! I will say this about It's Only a Paper Moon. It's Only a Paper Moon is a good episode, 100%. But it does suffer from one noticeable problem, and that's that a huge amount of the episode is actually just filler. Like, we all remember the good parts because the good parts are great.
May your feet find good
But
trails.
there's a decent chunk of it that's just kind of there, you know? Now, they use some of that filler to good effect. But the rest of it is just, again, there. I think most... Yeah, Esri is actively bad in that episode, to use a specific example. As in, written badly, negative to story, bad. But most people remember the scene when it comes to that episode. And that makes sense. It's the scene. It's a good scene. It's also like the last scene of the episode. Or second to last. Excuse me. I am shocked. Well, shocked, one might say. Come on. Monk. A little more involved than most of the tank classes. A lot of fun, though. What would I do in the Federation? What would you do in the Federation? I know what Valerian's answer is. Since most of the things I care about are already done in the Federation, I'd probably focus entirely on making stuff. Yeah, making games, making movies, making shows, stuff like that. I have so many things I want to make. I mean, if you're shoving me in a uniform, I'm going command track. I like Voyager a lot. But something that irritated me about some of the early writers in Voyager is how they had this thing. This was a Rick Berman thing. He actually mandated this as far back as TNG, actually. And it's we have to emphasize that we're in the future, so we have to act like anything from the present day, real life, is like either ancient or completely nonsensical. You know, like studying ancient Earth for stuff that happened like 200 years ago, which is an example. Or we're looking for something called a key. Star Trek has keys. Starfleet has keys, to be very specific about that. Another example of that is there's this bit which Harry has to say, where he says, I can't imagine reading a story and not just being a part of it. Now, in the interest of fairness, that could have been just Harry, but, I mean, Star Trek itself has books. You know, paper books. God damn it, Berman.
Ah, potential customer. Keep it real.
I mean, Roddenberry, for the longest time, insisted that zippers don't exist in the future, which is really dumb. Zippers.
Hurry back. Glad I could help.
Our trade frigate's all the way out there in the water, swarming with goblins. Sorry about that. But really, we need our way out there and get back our stuff. There's quality goods left on that ship. Quality. Like my little name. Your name is Crazy Quality Larry? Lucky for you, I got an idea. Head outside the camp, check along the north wall. My son Jerry will get you over there with the cannon. If he's been practicing. Well, let's find out if Jerry's been practicing. I can find this guy. Hello.
Time is money, friend.
Okay, wrong person, I guess. Oh, there he is.
What's up? Hurry back.
Did I like Relics? Relics is an example of an episode that I think people like because of individual pieces rather than the episode as a whole. James Doohan is actually pretty freaking good in that episode, all things considered. And once they get past the, oh ho ho, he's so old and out of date, isn't that funny? Part of the episode. Pretty much everything to do with Scotty is legit. And then there's the other half of the episode, which nobody even remembers is even there. Because nobody cares about the other half of the episode. Yeah, there's a Dyson sphere. How strange. I wouldn't worry about it. 1,000 count fuse. Luxurious. Yeah, there's another half of the episode. I know it's shocking. I wouldn't blame you for not recognizing it, considering the episode itself tends to forget that it's even there. Except for the last 10 minutes. Speaking of which, you might find this to be gratifying, Ross. When we were going through TNG, you know one thing we noticed? Obviously Voyager does this too, but TNG did this really badly in Season 7. It's the thing where the episode hasn't wrapped up yet, and you're trying to figure out what they're going to do in order to resolve the events of the episode. And then you notice there's 5 minutes left in the episode's runtime. That thing. I hate that. I hated that as a kid. It used to drive me absolutely batty how much they would just absolutely wrap up episodes in about 5 minutes. And it is almost like clockwork, about 5 minutes. All of a sudden, and we're done! At least Voyager usually had codas towards the end of that. You know, I don't actually know, Jay Palmer. I was wondering that the other day when I was talking about dailies. That was relevant, you know, back in Pandaria. Stack of... Okay. So the items we just looted are the 1,000 thread count fuse, which is luxurious, the extra pure blasting powder, which is refined, and the stack of questionable publications, which are improper. It's porn. I'm just going to get that out. Could you get me out of here, please? Thank you. This is not where I wanted to go. Huh. That's a bug. I'm pretty sure. Either that or that's a joke. I'm not sure which that is. Hang on. Hang on. Kill all these guys. Probably the worst example of that by far is the episode with Alexander in Season 7, which I'm just going to say that way because anything else is a spoiler. Weird. Okay. But in that episode, it pulls the last 5 minutes thing, but like the number, I can't talk about. I can't talk about what's spoiling. There's so much that's done in those last 5 minutes, and almost all of it is completely off camera too. So it's just like, we're done. It's probably the most egregious example of it I've ever seen in Star Trek. Just what?
Oh, do I have a deal for you? Glad I could
Oh my
help.
god, look at the icon for the stack of questionable publications. If you can't tell, that's a flaming Draenei.
Keep it real.
My high-grade fuse, my importing blaster bar, my... Oh, I'll be taking that. These are all worth more gold than what you're wearing, you know. Thanks for your help.
Glad I could help.
Hey, while you out there, Baron stopped by. He kicked me until money came out. He always does that, though, but this time he asked me to tell you something. He wants you to go south and help out a herbalist. Okay.
Hurry back.
Sure, I can do that.
Can I show you my wares?
I've been mixing potions since before the cartel wars, and I don't plan to stop anytime soon.
If you ever need anything,
So nice to have help dropped in. Modern convenience. Can't get enough of it.
be careful out there.
I'm afraid the rest of the steam wheedle here are gone. All the young ones at the camp to the east were lost when the Murlocs came. Yeah, it's always been Murlocs on the shore, but not in these numbers. They came in droves from the sea at night, howling and frothing, swarming up from the land to attack. We can't have them running around now, can we? Put an old goblin at ease. Beat some of them back into the water.
Be good.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll cover the cartel wars at all during Undermine. That'd be a good time to bring it up. Frickin' Murlocs. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, they pull the big reveal, and then it's like, that's it, the end. Wait, what? And speaking of someone who likes that episode, part of that episode. Huh, there sure is a whole lot of Alliance and Horde ships and troops and Zeppelins in the Blasted Lands just south of here. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Here's a random question for you. Because I know what it is for Blade Tabal. It's wrong. I know what it is for Ross. It's anytime I praise something he hates. What, because we're talking about this kind of thing. What's the kind of narrative trope that just drives you bonkers, but for no really good reason? In other words, a pet peeve rather than a real peeve. I can see Chosen One, yeah. And Cassandra Truth. I actually, when I was a kid, I used to hate the Cassandra Truth. It was one of my most hated tropes. Blatant plot holes isn't a pet peeve. That's a peeve. It's bad writing.
Aha! Potential customer.
You have to wonder what's out there. It's the coast of the Forbidden Sea with nothing beyond its reaches except for the kingdom of Arathor. But all these fishy folk just stomped right out of it. What's more, I saw where they've been going.
Have a good one.
I've been seeing sea creatures acting oddly throughout the whole swamp. Murlocs, yeah, but even before the Gilblins and the Markura. I saw some Naga wander ashore the other day. Something's calling them here, working them into a frenzy.
Hurry back.
See if we can figure out what it is. Oh god, the third act. I'm gonna go ahead and be real. The third act breakup might qualify as bad writing too. I know it doesn't, in the interest of fairness. I get it. It's just, god damn it, it is so often misused. No, third act breakup is a good pick, though. You're right. Ugh. The problem is the third act breakup can and has been used to good effect over the years. It's just every other writer in the universe uses it as the shorthand for drama, or artificial drama. Also, Civil War. Likeable character was evil all along. Yeah. Let me tell you a little something. It's this problem that shows up periodically in fiction, and it really only does happen in fiction. It's when a specific character, let's say J. Palmer, is actually secretly Hitler. Okay, congratulations, J. Palmer. And J. Palmer has always been Hitler. But J. Palmer, the actor, is not told that. Or if he is, he isn't told to put that into his performance. Instead, he is performing as J. Palmer, the saint and amazing person, right? Helping rescue kittens from streets, stuff like that, right? And the thing about that is, it's cheap. It's actually literally narrative cheating. Because the actor in question was literally not told the role that they actually were playing, and so their performance reflects that. You see the problem? There's no hint. There's nothing for the viewer or the reader or the player to pick up on, because there is nothing to be picked up on. It's just all of a sudden, oh my god, I was Hitler all along. And then all of a sudden the actor starts playing Hitler, because now the actor has been informed they're playing Hitler. I understand why people do this. It's because it's substantially harder to play someone playing someone than it is to just play someone. So if I reach out to J. Palmer and say, okay, I need you to play Hitler, who is pretending to be this wonderful person, that's actually a much harder thing to pull off. Right, harder to direct, harder to act. So they just skip it. And when they skip it, what they do is they cheapen the whole experience. It is a narrative cheat. Anyways, there's an old god here. There's a Naraki just hanging out here. No. If I can use an alternative example of that, in other words, to explain that by contrast, there's actually a scene in the DS9 episode where Kira and Dukat go to rescue his daughter. And there's this wonderful moment where they find her, where they successfully actually find her in the Breen camp. And there's this great moment, the camera's not even focusing on him, but this moment where Dukat, that is to say, the actor, Mark Alemo, looks visibly pained at the sight of her. and look and just shuffles a little bit uncomfortably. And it's a wonderful little moment you're not really supposed to notice, but it's because Mark Alemo, the actor, was told what Ducat was about to do. And so he was able to put that into his performance. He was able to add those kind of hints of where the story was going. And yeah, actually, Lunarith has a great example. Ian McDiarmid is another excellent example of being able to portray someone portraying someone. But then again, Ian McDiarmid is Ian McDiarmid, so that tracks.
Well, spit it out.
Sounds like you came across quite a sinister being. Wonder what one of those was doing all the way out here. I don't think about it.
Real.
I settled here before Bog Paddle was founded, to brew my potions and find some peace and quiet. I know this swamp like the back of my old, gnarly hand. Been a change in the wildlife recently. Those winged snakes you've seen are wind serpents. They've been around here for ages. They're also primed for ingredients. Be a dear and gather me some of their hots, would you?
Glad I could help.
Sure. And yeah, it's a trick. That's why I call it a narrative cheat. It is cheating your audience out of the possibility of paying attention. In fact, if anything, those kind of narrative cheats actually penalize the audience for paying attention. Because the audience who is paying attention is going to notice those subtle little clues by the actors, whether voiced or motion captured or, live action, and be like, oh, okay. J. Palmer can't ... be Hitler because ... And then, surprise, he was always Hitler. That's Agatha Christie levels of nonsense. Sorry, I didn't mean to go so far down the rabbit hole on that, but just it really bugs me. Let's see. So, I need to answer my own question now. Hi, Club. A trope that isn't necessarily bad, that nevertheless bugs the crap out of me. Not too bad, actually, Club. Better than I remember. I barely remember some of the quests we're doing right now. I mostly remember the war quests, which are very one and done kind of a thing. The first and most obvious thing I could say that irritates the hell out of me is 10,000 years. What it actually is I actually have a term for it. I call it Doctor Who syndrome. It's writers not understanding scale. Now, the thing is, you can use nice, big, round numbers to actually make a point, especially if you put some thought and work and effort into it. That's why I say this might not necessarily be a bad trope. It's just, most writers don't bother to understand how long 10,000 years is. Or, anything else. But having said that, there's actually another trope that irritates me more. I just thought of it. 1 second.
I have a deal for you.
Oh dear, that's what I thought they were. They might still be useful, but it's hard to have such things in my backyard.
Pleasure doing business with
These
ya.
serpents, they're from the Temple of Italcar. I already had a hint. Not a few days ago, I had a visitor drop by and ask me to keep an eye out for such things. An elf by the name of Atharius. I'm sure he didn't think I could see through his form. He's a green dragon. Probably here to help his fallen brothers. No. He may be well onto something. Atharius left for the temple itself. Maybe better look for him. Dark things are afoot.
If you ever need anything.
God, I want so many of these. Let's do that. That's going to be great for dungeons. In fact, nah, let's just stick with that. 6. Oh god, which one was 6? Oh, I know, Blade Travel. I'm aware. It's okay. I'm a long-standing fan of Star Trek. I'm well used to hating tropes in a personal work that I hate, or I love, rather. The opposite of hate. Whatever that's called. That thing where you don't want to despise something constantly. Well, Armored Core. Okay. That makes more sense. No, it's the AC thing. I have the exact same problem. But no, there is actually a trope that irritates me more. And funnily enough, Warcraft also falls into this particular trope. I'm not sure what it's called. But it's the idea that there has to be some big, dramatic, end-of-the-world plot. Otherwise, there's no story worth telling. You know what I'm talking about. Nope, not you, not you,
Done
not
this
you.
before?
It's not just the fact that, you know, we can actually have proper, you know, small-scale storytelling, because there's nothing actually wrong with having large-stakes storytelling. The problem is actually making those stakes freaking matter, and that's really what it boils down to. As I've pointed out before,
Can I help you?
there's plenty of large-scale, you know, big threat stories that I actually really like. FF4 is my go-to example of that. But frankly, FF6 and Chrono Trigger would both qualify as very high-stakes episodes, right? The problem is the inability to actually convey the aforementioned stakes. Like, when the ship just has to be in danger because there's a check mark for it in an episode of Star Trek, I don't care. You know? Like, when it's so obvious, like there's this big, deep personal story about such and such a character. Oh, and by the way, the ship's about to be blown up. Who gives a crap that the ship's about to be blown up? And yeah, Warcraft itself is such a fascinating example of this. I will use Dragonflight as the example here. Dragonflight's main plot is pretty dumb. We're probably going to give it some negatives because it's about a big, world-ending threat, which probably should just be a Tuesday for us and shouldn't be a big world-ending threat. But you know what Dragonflight also does at the exact same time? Tons and tons of tiny little stories on the side. Like, there's a wonderful quest about some of the Draconid, who Alex Strasser reaches out to personally, alongside us, of course. And she's like, so, what would you like? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, we've just sort of presumed your servitude, because that's how things have been for a long time. If we were to give you, like, freedom and rights and privileges, what would you want? And it's just this wonderful moment of this kind of, like, acknowledging the elephant in the room of exactly how how stagnant dragon culture had become. Put in a very simple terminology. And Alex Strasser and us making a concerted effort to try and be progressive, to try and push out of that, right? And so, yeah, there's so much really excellent side stuff in Dragonflight. And then there's your big end of the world plot. And you can really tell where the writers put their time and effort into it. Hang on. Here's the funny thing. And obviously Bella already got there first, but to say this out loud, how many people complained in Dawn Trail when the stakes were small? The reason I bring that up is there's this presumption. I don't actually know how true it is. Nobody knows. Nobody can know. But there's this presumption that the majority of people want the big end of the world plot. Now, I can test that. I do. But there is some debatability about that in the interest of honesty and fairness. And what quite a few works will do, and WoW is no exception to this, is they will make it so that they spend much more time and effort on the side stuff that people have to actually go out and seek out, because it's for the people who are going to go and seek it out. For the people who want the jangling keys, they throw something together that's big and flashy and is badly written, badly constructed, badly designed. Just kind of thrown out there, right? Like, really think about the cutscenes in Dragon. I'll keep using Dragonflight as an example. Think about the cutscenes for just a second. Especially the one where Razageth first revealed herself, to use a specific example. Big, flashy. Oh my god. The entire world is now doomed. Mwahaha. Oh my god. It's a dumb cutscene. I mean, hell, even the cutscene at the end of the Emirdrassil raid is kind of eyebrow-raising. There's a bunch of examples of that. not really putting the time and effort into the main plot stuff, because the main plot stuff is what the most people will see, and the presumption is that the thing that most people see has to be the big, flashy, obvious thing.
I remain in service to the Green Dragon.
Oh, dude, the Azure Span is legit. Probably my favorite zone in Dragonflight. Anyways, Goblin sent you. She has a cunning eye, that one. She speaks the truth. I'm here to stem the tide of corruption seeping from this temple. If you would save your people from a wicked fate, I ask for your assistance.
We live in interesting times.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? The trolls that lurk within this temple have done grievous harm to my kind, Zainjin. We were sent here to guard this place, and we were instead used to unleash terrible powers within. I must beg you for your help that only a mortal can give. You can be my hand within the temple. Should I enter myself, I risk being turned against my brothers as well. We'll make a pact. If you wish to help, gather Atalai artifacts from around the temple, then speak with me.
Do not sleep on the job.
Oh, dude, everything about the epilogue quests in Dragonflight were chef's kiss. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I don't mind your advice when we get there, Dakota, but for the moment I would like to walk in at least pseudo-blind. Let's see how bad it is. Yeah, Anyways, sorry. Getting a little off topic. That is probably my actual single biggest negative trope, personally. Pet peeve trope. Too many writers in too many works of fiction do not understand how to properly convey stakes. Whether that manifests as insisting that size is what all that matters, you know, it's going to destroy the entire world, or constantly focusing on big, doomy, end-of-the-world plots when there's more interesting story to be done, or we just did a big, doomy, end-of-the-world plot 5 times in a row. Yeah, I was actually thinking about it as Miristar. When we do a Mirror Soul, I might have to devote an entire day to that. There's so much to cover in that epilogue.
My faith in Marithra is unflagging.
Really? Your gathering of these... Who's Marithra? Your gathering of these artifacts will perform a sign of faith. Once rendered, I will perform the ritual.
Let your dreams guide you.
The essence of the green dragonflight wafts from these artifacts, the vestiges of my corrupted kin. In purifying them, I form a bond between us. Step forward and receive the Oath Stone.
Do not sleep on the job, unless I have explicitly asked you to do so.
I will need you to enter the temple first. I can join you once the path is secure, but I dare not enter blindly. Turn against my kind, I would be a vicious enemy. You could start by descending the stairs behind me and swim through the flooded hall. Once there, follow these other instructions.
Let your dreams guide you.
Yeah, escalation is also its own plague. One of the things I liked about Dragonflight, despite what I just mentioned, is it was a massive de-escalation. Honestly, it was a de-escalation from Legion, but it was more especially a de-escalation from Shadowlands, which, those of you not aware, the main plot of Shadowlands is a threat to the entire universe. Every reality, every plane of existence, simultaneously. Yes, really. Anyways. That's it. Those are the bones of my kin. My brethren are being butchered here, as I thought. I must ask your help further before I enter. In the passageway outside this room, the hallway proceeds left and right. To the right is the Chamber of Blood. Here the Atalai perform their dark rituals. They have expected and prepared for my kind for years, but not for you. Enter the Chamber of Blood and slay the priestess Udumbra. She's one of 3 foul presences that must be vanquished before I can enter. I can do that. Shadowbringers was interesting. Without spoiling, all I'll say is that Shadowbringers was a good example of how to bring the stakes down a little bit. but also kind of keep them creeping up in the background. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow! Okay, they just murdered my ass. If you want my favorite example of how to do stakes, it's the next expansion we're playing, Pandaria. Oh, don't mistake me, I like Legion, and Legion being the threat to the galaxy is actually a pretty good thing. But no. In Pandaria, the stakes are really, really, really low. Like, there's a hard reset down from Cataclysm. And then they slowly escalate to the point where the stakes are, and forgive me for being flowery in how I say this, the soul of the Horde. Hellscream's forces and Garrosh were never really a global threat, despite what they like to think. And he was never going to win that war. That was always going to go against him, one way or the other. But it all being about Garrosh and about the orcs who decided to side with him, and about the rest of the Horde who have to live with the consequences of that, and all that fun stuff. That's the stakes of Pandaria. So even when the stakes rose, they were still relatively small scale and personal. In other words, they were good. Let's see if we can avoid dying this time. Good morning, Uthor. Let's just kill her really quick. Good riddance. Another source of corruption in this world put to rest. Thank you for your efforts. The trolls here perpetuate the fall of my brethren to the nightmare. They infect the corrupted green dragons with the blood of their foul god. And when they harvest the evil that's grown within them, they're being used like livestock. This disgusting savagery cannot continue. Return to where you left the Hall of Masks and take the other corridor towards the butchery. Gamora the Bloodletter harvests corpses for these foul rituals. Take his undeserved life from him. Which Star Trek movie has the worst ending? I mean, Nemesis is the easy answer there. But that's cheating. Let's go with another answer. Oh god, Generations. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go with that. A deserved fate. You will not find the pacifism of the Red Flight amongst my kin. The Red Dragons are not pacifists. All that stands between me and the temple is the Prophet Shamalan himself. He's the leader of the Atalai, a foul manipulator. Know that you do not face a mere crazed troll, but an instrument of forces beyond your darkest comprehension. Dude, it's just a Loa of blood. Give me a break. Let's see, to get to there, I think we have to go like the old route to Sunken Temple. Which I think I know. Find out in a minute. That would be interesting someday, is to review the intros and outros. Just the intros and outros of the Star Trek films. Because the lineup there would be interesting, I think. For example, Generations would have an extremely strong intro and a terrible outro. Just to name one example of that. I wouldn't actually say Generations has the best intro. But I think it might get the number 2 slot. Well, it's funny because this used to be part of getting to Sunken Temple. They moved the portal way further up because players didn't like getting lost on the way down here. Not sure why. Speaking of. But yeah, I would put Star Trek 6, 7, and 8 as the strongest intros. Eight starts off right on the front, just gets right into it. Here's the new ship. Here's the new crew. Come on, there we go. And then here's the frickin' Borg. He escaped. I knew it wouldn't have been so easy. The path is clear. It's time to return. You have done well. Jamalin may have escaped our grasp, but his retreat paves the way for me to enter the temple I desire. Stay where you are. Do not move. I will hasten your return by pulling you through the Emerald Tree. This may cause some drowsiness. I don't know what you... 6 starts with the explosion of Praxis and Sulu as captain of the Excelsior. It's a very, very strong intro. It's kind of subdued compared to Generations' intro. But it's really good.
It is Lord Itharius. Thank you very much.
You have performed a great service for me and my kind. Accept this symbol of gratitude and of your courage. Thanks.
We live in interesting times.
I must confess I have a more personal involvement in this affair. One of the first of the Green Dragon's corrupted here was my brother, Aranicus. I thought Aranicus gone, lost forever to the darkest rifts of the nightmare, but I've heard that his shade has emerged in the temple. I know not whether it's truly him or an empty, mournful echo. If you wish to help me further, go back into the dungeon.
Do not sleep on the job.
And do the dungeon.
Unless I have explicitly asked you to do so.
Regardless of whether you assist me in the temple, your people must be told of what's brewing here. North of here is a place they call Marshtide March. Watch! They war with the Horde across the swamp, a raging conflict that I foresee only worsening. It's not my role to interfere in mortal affairs.
Let your dreams guide you.
So I have been told this whole sequence is just one long Warcraft 1 reference. I'm going to pay attention this time around, because I don't have any strong memories of that. But then again, Warcraft 1 is Warcraft 1, and, I mean, does anybody actually like Warcraft 1?
Can I help you?
Trouble with the temple. I wish we could spare the forces. The war in Stoddard is already raging, and we need every man we can get.
See you around. Need help?
This land is where orcs and humans first spilled each other's blood. Not a mile south lurks Stoddard, where the orcs first grouped to invade our lands. It was here they amassed their armies before we even knew they existed. It was here they started the first of 3 wars with their attack on a small line. The orcs weren't really a part of the Third War? Or did you forget that? Or do you not care? It was here they started the first of 3 wars with their attack on a small alliance town to the west. My town. The town where my parents died to save me. But I'm not here to settle a grudge. I'm here to win a war. Are you sure about that?
Safe travels.
With the war raging across the entire world, the last thing we need is a horde settlement in our backyard. Redwidge, Duskwood, and Elwyn are all a day's march from here. We've made the first strike. I don't plan to give the horde a chance to catch their breath, so consider yourself deployed. Grab a weapon, join the rest of the troops, and start killing orcs.
Have a good one. Be careful.
I want victory to be totally assured here. Having more resources isn't enough. We need to make sure the enemy has nothing. Stoddard's forces depend on the lumber gathered from the surrounding woods. The orcish peons that chop the lumber may not be warriors, but they know nothing but hate for humans. Show no mercy. I want those peons cut and the supply of lumber cut off completely.
Farewell.
Yeah, the Third War honestly would be better phrased as the Second Invasion of the Burning Legion, which, by the way, it is. Thus contrasting the Third Invasion of the Burning Legion, which we're not at yet.
Hello, stranger.
When the Dark Portal closed many years ago, regret and fear seized many of us who had come to these lands. In their despair, they cursed the name of the light and sank into violence and hatred. These fallen ones are now lost ones, little more than mindless monsters, attacking all who approach. They grow more corrupt by the day, and as they die off, they have begun to kidnap from the harbor edge. They're beyond help. Kill them horribly. Torture them on their way out. Make sure their final moments are of incredible agony.
See you. You come back sometime.
The lost ones who live in the fallow sanctuary look as we look, but they are monsters, driven mad by the rigors of our journey to Azeroth. That's our brethren. They now live in the west, catching or killing any who wander there. And they have something sacred to us. Dranathist.
Peace for you.
Bad memories. Okay. Yeah, I've argued before, and I will continue to argue that by the time of Warcraft 3, the Alliance didn't really exist. Not in any way that didn't involve being just on a piece of paper somewhere. Kind of like saying that I don't know, the unification of the dwarves, the elves, and the human kingdoms of Ferelden was all true as of the beginning of Dragon Age Origins. Like, no. They were blue, that's true, and they didn't exist. Like, there's a line I'll never forget from Jaina in the middle of that whole sequence. When several High Elves happened to be in the area and decided to volunteer their assistance just because they felt like it. Now, in gameplay terms, it was introducing the Priest unit and the Sorceress unit to the players. But in lore terms, what that means is the High Elves were not part of the military structure of the humans. Because you weren't playing as the Alliance, you were playing as Lordaeron. The closest thing to an alliance in Warcraft 3 was the group that went with Jaina off to Theramore. Now, if they leaned into this, writing-wise, that would that's two frickin' rares in one thing. Go away! I don't want or care about you. Go away. If they leaned into this, this could be an interesting story tidbit, actually. Imagine for a moment that there are people who legitimately think, or falsely, posit the idea that the Third War was actually being fought against the demonic horde. Someone's like, no, that was the Scourge. Sure, that's what they'd like you to think. I've seen what those warlocks could do. They had skeletons. No, this was different than that. How was it different? It wasn't... There's no horde. Dalen was kind of about that, although, frankly, he wasn't well written until... I would say BFA, when they finally admitted that he was frickin' wrong. Because he was. Like, Dalen being a broken and bitter person is kind of the point of his character arc. And his entire nation deciding to hero worship him, despite that, is also part of that. Anyways. I gotta be honest, Swamp is already taking longer than I thought it would. I don't remember the zone being this long. Yeah, all the races do hero worship in Warcraft. We make a lot of fun for Sylvanas and her cult of personality, but honestly, there's several of those. I mean, they even wrote a song about it, Uthor. And I know that sounds like a minor thing, but as real life has proven, when you bother to make a song that has that kind of cultural impact, that says a lot about how much your people are going to perceive that particular event. It's okay, good thing, good news. In real life, we'll never actually hero worship people. It's fine. Everything's cool. not run away as you're burning to death, please? Oh my God, why are they all running? Stop running. Stop running. I mean, to use a much less polemic example of that, Uthor, people still venerate Roddenberry because he's dead.
Live another day.
It still pains my heart to have to ask you to do this, though I know there's no other way. You have saved those of us who still hold on from a terrible menace.
Roma, Hect Corta.
Incarnate Voon is one of our uncorrupted brethren. What other races know is Thranai. He came to the Harborage to heal. Other races know. Oh god, this is just the BC quest. This is just the BC quest. It is. It is easier to do it with dead people. There's nothing to contradict you. In a week from now, when yet another YouTube personality is revealed to be a horrible human being, it's like, oh my god. But if they die today, we don't have to find out about that, do we? That's it. I must kill myself with this Snickers. Whoop. And then Snickers is going to explode in popularity right there. You're welcome.
The Legion's end draws near.
Oh my god.
Favor the road, traveler.
Thank you, Monk, but I'm afraid that may be too late. You know what? Can I just give some negatives and move on from these BC era quests? Is everyone cool with that? Because these are just straight up BC quests right here. I don't mind doing Cata quests, but BC quests, like, what is this nonsense? I'm already going to give these negatives. So I'll pick up
good fortune,
this quest,
good health, long life,
and then we're going to move on and never come back. I guess I should be thankful that J.K. Rowling is still alive then, Uthor. Right, time to fight the first war. Wait. I gotta find the right one. Hang on a sec. There it is. There we go. There we go. You have got to be kidding me, Uthor. Okay, real talk. I'm not a huge fan of this era of music, but there are a couple of individual games that I can kind of jive with. And this happens to be one of them, Warcraft 1. I would rather not, if that's okay, Valerian. I've already had a couple of disgusting people writing in my favorite setting. I'd rather not increase that number. Is this the song I really like from this one? Hang on a second, please. I like this one too, so we'll just stick with this one. We are playing humans right now. We're literally playing a human. And for once, I did actually plan to play a human for Swamp of Sorrows. I mean, most of us already throw war crimes out the window, so getting rid of anything Rowling would write, that's pretty easy. Actually, I don't, Valerian. It's funny, but I don't like to listen to it, you know what I mean? Hi, Bragman. By the way, the name of this quest is literally Orcs and Humans. More black on you than red. That's what I like to see. Looks like you've got what it takes. Next quest is called Tides of Darkness. Now let's switch to the Orc theme just for you, Yura. Just killing ogres won't be enough. The ogres themselves are being summoned too rapidly. I need you to go behind enemy lines and kill their summoners. Yeah, ogres... Guys, the enemy forces are making tons and tons of ogres. They're making ogres too quickly for us. Okay, I'm going to explain that one, because I just realized half of you probably have never even played Warcraft 2. So in Warcraft 2... ogres are the best unit in the entire game. That is not actually hyperbole. They are hilariously unbalanced in terms of design. So, the overwhelming majority of Warcraft 2 matches boil down to ogres on ogres. Nobody played humans. Just killing ogres won't be enough. The ogres themselves are being summoned too rapidly. I need you to go behind enemy lines and seek out their summoners. The orcs are using warlocks to bring reinforcements in. We've taken as much more than we've lost, but we're still lost too much. Too many brave have given their lives for the Alliance out there. I want to make sure they're given proper honors, no matter how fierce this battle gets. Take the flags out there and place them on any fallen soldier you see. The protective wards won't offer much protection, but it's better than nothing. And now, the Tides of Darkness.
See you around.
The battle's proceeding the way I wanted it. With their warriors nearly exhausted, I've sent in our cavalry. What I wasn't expecting was ogres. Our knights are well matched against them. No, they're not. I need you to be on the field right away and kill ogres.
Safe travels.
Let's do it. By the way, Warcraft 2... unironically, has one of the best game soundtracks, like, ever, in my opinion. Like, probably not top 10 territory, but definitely top 30 or 40 territory.
And if that doesn't sound impressive, think about how many great game soundtracks are out there. Yeah, sadly, they didn't actually add Warcraft 2 music into the game until, I want to say, Pandaria. It's whenever pet battles became a thing. Yeah, it fits weirdly well when you're doing pet battles. Go figure. Yeah, but nobody played Hearthstone. Hang on, I just realized I'm playing the best song in Warcraft 2, but it's the Horde song. Okay, can I share a little anecdote? So, when I was younger, I used to pretty much exclusively play evil factions whenever given a choice, right? Or go down evil routes. I've actually talked about this before because the game that finally broke me of that habit was KOTOR 1, so it's been a while. There's two big reasons why I used to play the evil factions in games, though, like the Nod, for example, over CNC. The first and most obvious reason is they usually had the cooler, funner, more interesting stuff. It's just more interesting to play as the Galactic Empire than the Rebel Alliance, right? I mean, and again, the Brotherhood of Nod got obelisks, for God's sakes. What do you want from me? And of course, when the Red Alert series came out, most of the bad guy factions had the really big, awesome tanks, like the Apocalypse tank. So again, easy choice, right? But there's one other reason I used to do that. It's the music. For a lot of these games, including the one that I'm playing music from right now, the music was just better when you were playing as the bad guy faction. It's right here. Oh no, that's a Horde. I mean, again, this is Horde music. That's not like the human music was bad, but to really get across the point, human music sounded more like this. By the way, if you're wondering why we're not doing this game on both, or this zone on both sides, you'll notice there's Marshtide mages summoning knights. In other words, both factions are functionally identical. Change around a bit of cosmetics, and they're overall the same. Just like Warcraft 2, now that I think about it. In the age of chaos, two factions battle for dominance. Hi, Savacom. Those factions are Savacom and her coffee maker. Which one will win the tides of darkness? Once again, well done. With a few more pushes, the battle will be ours. Oops. Going toe-to-toe with the ogres is impressive. I'm glad I've got soldiers like you out here. Do you have me out here, though? Do I count? See you around, Genex Cow. Have a good day at work. Round 2. Right. This is it. We've made our final push into Stoddard itself. I shouldn't have to remind anyone, but I'll do it anyways. We're not orcs. We're not going to become them out of revenge or spite. Stonard will not be burned to the ground for us to dance in the ashes. I want this done right. Surgical. Hold your head high and strike down any orc that picks up a weapon. We may not be flattening Stonard into the dust, but I don't want to have to go in there a second time. Gather any supplies you see in town. Without food, they won't have any fighters for more than a day. Okay, we need to just kill the enemy. By the way, make sure to starve them while we're there. Yeah, I know. Yes, this is sacking rather than conquering. I don't know what Human 2 is called, Huthor. I don't suppose this is it. By the way, once again, the Horde tends to have the exact same thing. Go in there, but only kill combatants. That. One moment. I gotta go down a bit of a rabbit hole really quick to find the quest dialogue. There it is. Oh, wasn't that Human 1? Well, whatever. Then there's this one. So actually, I was wrong. I forgot about this. The Horde quests are so identical that rather than attacking the other town, we're actually defending Stonard from their attack. So it really is the exact same quest. The Alliance are at our walls. Your actions delayed them and weakened their forces, but in the end we are outnumbered. This is our last stand, victory or death. Fight with honor. Drive the human dogs from Stonard. Yep, in lore the Alliance wins here, which makes sense. This is a tiny little outpost with no real backing or supplies, out in the middle of nowhere, right next to Stormwind. Of course the Alliance is going to win here. Having said that, to my knowledge, we've never followed through on Stonard in any substantial way, so I have no idea what the eventual fate of this place was. There's actually a lot of those question marks all over the place. Cataclysm kind of, upended the table and changed a lot of status quo. But a lot of it was kind of left dangling, and we still don't know how any of these things lined up. I've been pointing out a lot of this as we go, and there's going to be even more as we keep going. Oh my god. Okay, you want a pet peeve thing? The fact that they call that pittance of a skirmish the Fourth War. That irritates me beyond all reason. Like, I actually get angry when I hear that incident referred to as the Fourth War. You followed orders well. On behalf of the Crown, I'm rewarding you for your bravery on the field. Thanks. Yeah, honestly, the only thing that would actually qualify for being the Fourth War was the one we're currently in the middle of. You know, the one that has no formal name. If that doesn't count, a global war between two superpowers that lasted 3 expansions, then maybe, I don't know, the final invasion of the Burning Legion during Legion might qualify. Utter nonsense. Yeah, but if you ever heard me refer to this as the Hellscream War, that's my invention. I came up with that. Anyways, that was Swamp of Sorrows. Listen, all that stuff happening in the South Barrens, that's not war. Stone Talon Peak, that's not a war. West Plagues, that's not a war, okay? Swamp of Sorrows, not a war. Bashir, Twilight Highlands, not a war. Sorry. Yes, those were all police actions. Wasn't legally a war. The Senate of the Horde and the nobility of the Alliance never actually declared war, so it doesn't count. I feel like I'm being snowballed for some reason. I don't know why. It's weird. Yeah, there were special military operations, okay? We were using enhanced interrogation techniques. Alright. Our next zone. Checking. Yeah, no. The Blasted Lands. We appreciate your assistance in the swamp. I would like to inform you we have received correspondence from Nethergarth Keep. Endohar Thunderbrew has requested... whoops, I'm in the wrong timeline. Has requested help in investigating the shipwrecks of the Red Reach, but we have had none able to make the journey from the harborage. Yeah, can I be in the past, please? No, not that past. Savacom, not that past, no! Well, it's Mega Man 2 now. Sorry, everyone, it's Savacom. She threw us back into Warcraft 2. And by Warcraft 2, I mean Mega Man 2. There's a lot of 2s going on here. It's a shame Ross isn't here anymore. I just thought of another question I could ask him. Yep, Sava Bomb. Or rather, she dropped a Sava Bomb on my face. What she did. Okay, so I feel like it's not what I wanted you to do. That's just a vibe. I mean, it's a thing. I was thinking about strong intros and outros to Star Trek movies. Call me a weirdo. I think Star Trek 4's is actually really strong. It's completely tonally dissonant for the entire rest of the movie. But it's a really good intro. The slow, like the space slowly filling out, and then you just kind of see this thing moving quietly through. And it's really slow. It isn't afraid to have a nice, slow, quiet intro, which quickly turns into effectively a terror thing. Like it's a horror movie. As the intro to Star Trek 4. I like Chris Pine's acting. Sometimes, yeah. He's alright. I'd say like below average overall in terms of like the gradient of all actors. So let's see. Let me write this down for us. Shadow Hearts Covenant. The 14 Patch Trail. Undertale Yellow. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Dissidia Duodecim. And Bealir's Choise? I've heard of that before. from. I'm not sure what that is. Merry Christmas, Sodacom. Thank you again very, very much. Much appreciate and much obliged. Thank you so much, Sodacom. Please stop giving me money. Trek 4 is a really, really good film. No question. Honestly, I think Trek 4 might qualify for purple. I don't know. It's really good. Like, even its biggest flaw doesn't really, like, I'm not even sure if I would give it a negative, you know? I will have to decide that. I do actually hope to review the Star Trek films and properly review them. I don't know.
Welcome. See you soon.
Oh my god. Bad Boys, I think. No, not Bad Boys. What's it called? We've seen countless ships sail past the shore to the southeast, but most pass by inconspicuously. Several days ago, however, a powerful storm carried several ships to shore and left them wrecked. I bet a pint of Nethergard bitter that they were Horde ships, if I didn't love Nethergard bitter so much. I could pay you in gold, though. Are you gonna pay me in Nethergard bitter?
Keep your feet on the ground.
Is it just the boys? I actually don't know if Carl Urban was in Xena. He's been in a lot of geek culture stuff. That's because Trek 4 was the popular one, Ross. Trek 4 was the one that non-Trek fans liked. I'm not saying Trek fans didn't like it, but you know what I mean.
Light be with you.
Nethergard has stood steadfast for years against demon onslaught that plagues this land. Our watch is never ending, our vigilance unfaltering, our courage bottomless. We have held these lands since the portal opened, and now these horde insects have the insolence to stand in our way. We have protected them as we protected ourselves. Go kill one of the Aquilon scouts.
Be careful.
Trek 4 is the whales, yes. Apparently Carl Urban played Cupid in Xena. I did not know that. So I just want to point out something really quick. I will point this out again when we get to Warlords. This is Nethergard Keep. You built this in Warcraft 2. It was a mission in Warcraft 2 during the expansion. Or contrarily, you knocked it over if you were playing as the Horde. What's interesting about this, though, is this keep actually serves a significant aspect of WoW's story twice. Once during BC, which is how we knew that the Dark Portal became active and Illidan's forces came through. And the other is during Warlords, for reasons that'll be apparent once we get to Warlords. But I bring both of those up because this is a place that has a direct pipeline to Khadgar circa post-BC. That's important because, well, we'll get there. I mean, Nethergard is one of those interesting spots because it really does fulfill the actual traditional example of what a fort is, right? Mage Tower, 2 barracks, and a really tight but well-defended wall. And that's it. That's all it is. This place is here to keep an eye on things because the Dark Portal happens to be right over there. This is an outpost. Anything goes wrong here, there are mages on hand to be like, hey, we just saw something at Nethergard. And yeah, by the way, this is the Swamp of Sorrows. I'm not really joking. This is what used to be the Swamp of Sorrows. Now, interesting little bit of storytelling. You may notice there's giant chunks of this weird basalt here and there, including this chunk which was blown through this crater. That, you'll notice there's also a lot of damage from said crater explosion. That was when we originally destroyed the original Dark Portal, back during the events of Warcraft 2. What is this doing here? Now, what's interesting is we actually get an insight into what the swamp used to look like. Obviously, there's the Swamp of Sorrows north of here, but if we go over here, well, you can see it for yourself. A lot of demons there for some reason, though. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. And yeah, I agree. Nethergard really should be a neutral place. In fact, it kind of was for most of its history. You notice the guy even who was giving me the quest was pissed off at the idea that the Horde were actually trying to scout his area, because it's like, what the hell are you doing? This keep was here for you too, you jackass. Hello, Dream Whisperer. Now, for once, I don't think that's bad storytelling. As much as there's been a whole lot of the Horde or evil this expansion, it's worth noting this is 100% Hellscream's forces. And of course Hellscream would be stupid enough to attack a neutral post because there happen to be humans manning it. And Hellscream, among other things, is... he just has a hate boner for humans. He really does. Like, he's not exactly a smart person to begin with, but all logic and reason just go flying right out the window when it comes to humans for him.
Great to meet you.
You saw Worgen? That's bad. Worgen ghosts? That's even worse. Those weren't Horde ships, they were Gilneans. So been heading down the Servage at the bottom of the Tainted Forest. That makes a lot more sense. We've got to help them. The Worgen are our allies! Not because they're sentient people in need of help, but just because they're our allies.
Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground.
Based on what you're telling me, it sounds like there aren't many survivors, just restless spirits. Least we can do is give them the rest. Glug, glug, glug. Head back to the Shatter Store. Vanquish the Worgen ghost. Release their remains.
Safe travels. See you soon.
The other thing that concerns me about those shipwrecks is all the vultures they've attracted. Knowing how those birds operate, they've already picked the bones clean, but still, we can't allow them to desecrate the bodies of our friends. Before I brood, I hunted. Here, take my bow. And more importantly, take these arrows.
Safe travels.
I know, allying with Worgen? Ugh, that's just gross. I mean, I smell like wet dog, like all the time. Ugh. Oh, God. Sorry, out of absolutely nowhere, I was just reminded of that one line in Jupiter Ascending. I like dogs. I'm not going to give you the context for that. If you know, you know.
Need help?
Not bad, you're quicker than men of my men. Stick around, I may have use for you, yeah.
The Alliance.
The Horde are a nuisance we'll deal with, but they've proven more difficult than previously expected. You're going to put a stop to this. To the west, the Acrylon main forces press our defenses. They currently hoard the Nethergard mines, and they mean to move into the supply camps, and eventually the keep. Thin their numbers, delay their advance.
Go with honor, friend.
What can I do for you?
Levgrid's is a strong leader, but he's proud. He understates the pressure the Horde is putting on us. Without our mine, Nethergard is penniless. We need to move the Horde forces from the supply camp now. And that means killing their commander. He's not a strong leader. He prefers to bark orders from the back lines. But even so, his death might buy us the victory we need.
For the Alliance.
Frickin' Hellscream. Sorry, I'm just picturing what kind of brain-dead logic would lead to all this. Alright, we need to go attack our allies. They're currently holding one of the single most strategic and valuable fortified defenses in the entire world. Go knock it over. I missed a quest. Oh, God damn it.
Hey!
Say there, Zainjin, is it? I got a proposition for you which involves explosions. Interested? I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with the quartermaster. You see, I've been working on an explosive device. It's not very effective against other creatures, but devastating against artillery. If you're heading back to the field, find some enemy supplies, give it a try. Who knows? Maybe they like the explosions too.
You have a great day now.
You know, you want to quote Spock? I'm going to look this up just for Savacom, even though she's not here anymore because she won her war against the coffee. I object to you. I object to intellect without discipline. I object to power without constructive purpose. That's my thoughts on the Hellscream forces. Pretty much in a nutshell right there. What the hell is wrong with you people? Now I'm going to set him on fire. I'm not the bad guy here, though. I'm not. That's what I tell myself every night as I go to bed. I'm not the bad guy. I'm not the crazy one. The orcs had to die. I had to murder those puppies. I mean, children. I mean, orcs. It's the only way. Darth Puppy's just there. Yes, yes. I mean, if you run a coffee maker without any grounds, what you're going to get is hot water. So, I mentioned the bad guy factions thing before. You know who my favorite faction was to play as in Command & Conquer Generals? That's right, it was China. But my second favorite to play as was the GLA. They're, evil. I really don't have a better way to phrase that. They are capital E, no really, the bad guys evil. You're probably wondering why. It's because they were funny. This is another common thing in a lot of fiction, especially when there was like a faction thing like it in RTS. The bad guys usually weren't what you'd call actually bad guys. They weren't like creepy or weird or gross. They were usually played for laughs. I mean, look at the orcs in Warcraft 2. Swobu! Dabu! Something need doing? Like, that's not an attempt to make a serious dark faction. And that's arguably a good thing. Like, a more modern, more serious take on the demonic horde would be really, really messed up. Are you? Okay. Gul'dan was in the manual of Warcraft 1. I'm not sure if he was actually in Warcraft 1 prep. I don't remember. I'd love to say they would, Uthor. But I'm not actually sure. I mean, obviously some members of the Horde would. Duh, right? The Taurans and the Trolls were out well before the events of Pandaria. No, I'm sorry, J. Palmer. Let's see. Atish. Dear Lord, do we know what happened to Atish between the Reign of Chaos and Struggle with General? Last I checked, no. If there's any info about that, I have not heard about it. It might be in one of the books or comics or short stories, though. That's a common thing to happen. Come here. God. Medan is super non-canon. He's even jokingly non-canon. Like, they have mocked Medan. As they should. There's no other proper way to deal with Medan. Medivh and Garona's love child, who's a super mega everything, also serves as the new what the hell is hitting me? Serves as the new guardian. Yeah, no. Doesn't exist. Shouldn't exist. See, here's the thing. The only way I can accept an alternate universe Medan being like a boss or something is if he was completely pathetic. Like, imagine he's like a level 1 nothing. You're probably thinking, how do you make a boss out of that? Allow me to introduce you to a dungeon called Mechagon. Oh, we're on Warcraft 2 music. In Mechagon, the king of Mechagon is a gnome, which makes sense. He has, like, no health. You can kill him in seconds. But you don't start the fight fighting him, you start the fight fighting him in his gigantic mecha. Once you actually successfully knock him out of the mech, yeah, he dies instantly. Something like that is the kind of thing I could see for Medan. He's like, I've spent all my time and effort and resources making this amazing suit that'll finally get me the respect I deserve as the one true hero of the Alliance and Azeroth. God, Withered Gem. Yeah, there's another one. He's like, oh my god. He's got a pillow fort. He's straight up got a pillow fort. Mommy told me I'm going to be really special someday. You just watch and see. He's got an attack called 404. It does nothing. Literally does absolutely nothing. It's just, aha! Oh. Thank you, Wenlock, for the sub very much. as always. Why are you fighting me? Give me a moment, I'll go ahead and jot that down. For FF14 patch trail. Wow, patch within. And the FF4 comparison block. I mean, obviously, Khadgar's had a Tish for a while now, but where he got it exactly? He took it from us. Traitor.
What can I do for you? See you soon.
Ah, you done well, lad. You do the Alliance proud.
Keep your feet on the
It's a
ground.
tragedy what happened to the Shattershore. They weren't even soldiers, just people looking for a new home. I think we've done all we can. Have we?
Safe travels.
Okay. She says yes. All right, whatever. I'm honestly surprised they came as close as they did to giving us Frostborn in this game. Wait, why are you excited for Patch Trail? Wait, I misread that. Hang on. Does Mirastar being excited for Patch Trail make sense? Why does Savacom say yay for Patch Trail? You're the same person now, sorry.
Hi, how are you?
Ah, the sound of things going boom makes my heart pitter-patter. You've made this gnome's day, Zainjin.
Alrighty then.
You need something?
Thank you. Thanks to your efforts, I'm confident that with time we'll take back the Netherguard mine.
Be careful.
You're an excellent asset to the Alliance and the Kirin Tor. Well done. You're not Alliance. You're Kirin Tor. You just said that. You are not part of the Alliance. You are a neutral party. I'm adding this to the list. Where's that stupid list? There it is. With time, our forces will retake the mine and press the Horde dogs out of Blasted Lands.
Light bless you.
Time for you to visit the Watcher. He's been in a mood lately. I'm not sure why.
Be careful.
Okay. Listen, the oh god, it might actually be Mirastar. That's a good point. Listen, Lordaeron, I mean, there's something there other than rubble. Corpses! And some of them are still moving around. Okay, fine, you're right, you're right. Most of them are still running around.
What can I do for you?
My associates were correct to send you to me. I have a problem which may threaten the sanctity of Netherguard. I need someone more capable than most.
Go with honor, friend.
You may have already run into some of the Shadowsworn cultists that dwell in the caves to the southwest of Netherguard. They do not impress an immediate danger upon our fortress, but I fear they are planning something more dreadful than you can imagine. Yeah, I can't possibly imagine what demon cultists would be doing. I don't know, anybody in chat, could you give me any idea what you think a demon cultist might be doing? Yeah, the Kirin Tor are neutral during the Hellscream War. It's actually a major plot point when their neutrality is violated during Pandaria. Spoilers. Well, I mean, obviously, Valerian. They're driving up rent prices by making sure that all of the apartments and houses are being held by holding companies. Obviously. You say that again, please?
Ice cream. Ice cream.
Yeah.
What is this?
This is a remote for the fan.
What are you beeping?
Yeah, I was making beeping. And now I'm going to make tickling happen. The lad. Well, it happened. My nieces got me killed. That's really funny. Imagine if this is a hardcore run. Which is another reason I'll never do those, of course. Because, you know, my nieces could show up at any time and be like, "Hi, we've decided that you're about to die." And it's like, oh, okay. I guess I can accept that. Lack of any other alternative. What are you doing? Oh my god. 2 minutes to die. Oh, that's funny. Brewmaster. Back in Wrath, warriors had this thing where they would do reflect damage off of blocks, right? And they would also gain increased aggro off of all of their reflect damage. So every now and again, I would have to AFK because I was at work and I had to deal with work stuff. And so the strategy very quickly became drag the mobs onto him so he'll block them so he will gain aggro. My god, you're right. Uthor planned this death. I always knew. Listen, Uthor, I will never accept that Vanilla's the better king. Never! God dang it. I hope they change their mind with how they're approaching Classic. Which I know sounds kind of strange, but I mean it. I'm glad that Classic Vanilla's still there. It should be. But if they're going to do Classic BC, it shouldn't go away when Classic Wrath comes out. You know? Ignoring the obvious throwing away the past nonsense, which Blizzard is so well known for, there's no real reason to do so. Especially because they already did the hard part of getting, you know, BC Classic working. It's a whole lot of hard work and effort just being thrown out the window. Never mind just eradicating BC from existence.
Well met.
The cultists will not easily part with their foci. Yeah.
Light bless
They
you.
killed me. What?
Be careful.
I need you to pass on a message for me. Nassim Sharim is an old blood mage that knows a great deal about demons. Though you wouldn't know it from looking at him, he's quite old and very powerful, if a little eccentric. As of late, he spends his days in the back of the Serpent's Coil, a cave not far from where you killed those cultists. Please deliver this message. He knows what it means.
For the Alliance.
Alright, nice thing here. Equipped. Just pull that down to the pile. I love the search function. What's the letter say? He has returned. Okay. Nicely vague. It's a very mage type of message. He has returned. No, we all know what we think of the majority of players. I spit on the majority of players. Excuse me. Alright, how many people are going to stay aggro to me here? What do you got? What do you got? That only had the 3 major patches, right? 4.1 was the troll stuff, which I've already pretty much done. 4.2 was Firelands, and 4.3 was Dragon Soul, right? Or did I miss one there? Sorry about the mess. I don't know you. Yeah, you Nether Garden nincompoops are always 2 steps behind me. And I'm nowhere near as fast as I used to be. I don't need Mahars now to know what's going on. Why do you think I'm cooped up in the back of the cave? What I do need, however, is a strong human like you. Do you have fun finding a way to the back of the cave? I admit I haven't picked the most convenient of spots to perform my studies, especially for the passing adventurers who wish to enter and leave at will. However, I can attune you to the bloodstone teleporters. Place your hands, you'll be teleported outside and then back in. Wow. Quality of life features. I'll look her up. Excellent. You've managed to complete the simplest of tasks without dying. Now that that's out of the way. Like with any blood mage, I perform my magic with blood. All blood is different. The blasted lands have several useful flavors. For our purposes, basilisks and hyenas. We're going to need plenty of it. And don't forget you can use the teleporter. Contrary to popular belief, ancient and powerful blood mages do not drink blood. We eat normal food, like everybody else. Something which can be hard to come by in the recesses of a hostile cult stronghold. The Ashmane boars in the center valley of the blasted lands are, if nothing else, convenient for eating, as their meat does not require cooking. Why not? You know what? I don't actually want the answer to that question. I withdraw it. I withdraw the question. Yeah, we'll go with that. Sorry. Debating talents. Come on. Oh my god, enough with the rares. There's so many rares. It's so frustrating. Something I will never be saying again. Once I'm done with Kata. There's another one. Jesus. I was actually thinking about it. I sometimes wonder, like, if we were to part and parcel out all of the reasons people play Classic, what, like, how that would line up, right? Yeah, how many percentage of people play Classic because of such and such reason? Just for the sake of curiosity, I think it would be interesting. God, Walker is so great. There's another one. It's 3 rares. That's 3. You know what? You get to die. Die. Oh, I don't even want to get into that, Lord Haremont. I was just thinking for the sake of curiosity. Not, you know, how many of those people would I just roll my eyes at? I'm sure there's at least a few. For example, if someone said, I play Classic because I prefer it over retail. Okay. That makes perfect sense. If someone says, I play Classic because retail sucks, that person's an idiot. And therefore no longer worth listening to. I know at least one person who specifically says that they like playing Classic because it's different. It's a breath of fresh air when compared to just playing WoW, and they can't afford another game or another subscription, so they play WoW, and when they get tired of WoW, they play WoW Classic. That's valid. Nothing wrong there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What'd you think of it, Talia? Yeah, that makes the opposite of sense to me, Hildor. Kata Classic is just... When they first announced it, my first reaction was a resounding, why? Why bother? What's the point? And now that we're here, I continue to have that complaint. I do not understand the point of Classic Kata. I really don't. But that's okay. That's not my job. I don't need to understand it. It's cool. We're cool. No judgment. Hi, Oculus. Hope you're doing well today. I guess my overall point is that if you want to have a classic Kata, then you also want a classic Wrath, and a classic DC, and a classic Pandaria, and a classic Warlords, and a classic Legion, and a classic BFA, and a classic Shadowlands, and a classic Dragonflight. Now, to be clear, I'm in favor of that. But Blizzard apparently is not. Which once again makes me think, what the hell are they thinking? I mean, I'm the weirdo who thinks that we should preserve games like Quest 64. Never mind Shadowlands. Do you have it? He eyes the blood hungrily. More than enough, and still warm. Let's get this ritual started. Hang on, you have some food. Oh, these are perfect. I eat well for the next several days. Days? I just got you several boar. Do you have any idea how much meat is on a boar? Oh my god. I suppose you want to know what we're doing. Here's the short version. A version in which I happen to be an expert. The Shadowsworn cultists wish to summon the demon Razalik back to the Blasted Lands. We cannot let that happen, so we're going to summon him ourselves and kill him. A task not as simple as it sounds. Let me know when you're ready to begin. Okay, let's do it. Very well, stand back. This might make it messy. Yeah, it's a blood ritual, I get it. Let's summon a demon. Blood ritual is complete. Now I can see where the 3 amulets await you. Alright, sorry I misspoke. What I meant to say is, I can see where you are going next instead of we are going next. Okay. To summon our demon... Really? We need 3 amulets, and the first is the Amulet of Alistarj. Alistarj himself is dead, but he locked his amulet up in a trove inside this very cave, along with the other amulets. This will give us access to Razalik's perch. It's close to the entrance. I recommend using the teleporter. The second amulet is in the hands of a Murloc. How it into the Murloc's possession, I cannot say, but I state with certainty you'll find it there. The Grawl of the Ogre. It seemed Graal's body is no longer rests with the Ogres. His body, along with his amulet of power, is an erect ship off of the Shattershore. Okay. And yeah, by the way, if it's not obvious, this is all a wholesale reference to vanilla, as so many of these things are. This was one of the only major quest chains in vanilla. I've actually referenced it several times. It's the Blasted Lands Razalik Demon Chain. Roulettes. I'm telling you, the roulette system, WoW just needs to poach that wholesale. What the... Anyways. So yeah, this used to be a whole quest chain which would take you to Ashara and Stranglethorn Vale, and I think that's actually it. No, you'd go to Tanner's as well, I think. Oh god, it's actually been a while. I'm not sure, but you'd go all over the place. And you would have to get all these pieces and all these parts, and you would do it on behalf of a demon hunter. The first demon hunter in the game. And he was kind of a celebrity. Because back in WoW, there was this really big thing about players wanting to find hero classes in the game. And being disappointed because there were hardly any of them. So every time you saw any hero class character, it was like, oh my god, there's a hero class character. So yeah, we had one demon hunter back in vanilla, and that was considered a major event because he was the only one. What the? Oh god! Back here. Yeah, we were, there were a few liches. We saw a few liches. I actually had a theory for a really long time how you can make a Frost Mage Lich hero spec. Because for the longest time there was this presumption that the classes from Warcraft 3 would become hero specs in WoW. At this point in time, historically, it was actually semi-common that you'd have your regular class, and then your regular class would, like, upgrade to be your, like a hero class. So a lot of people are like, yeah, I can't wait to have that. In fact, I think I've mentioned this before, the reason I rolled a Paladin wasn't because I wanted to play a Paladin, it's because I wanted to play a Death Knight. So I rolled a Paladin. A lot of people rolled classes, a lot of people I knew, rolled classes specifically because they were thinking about what they would eventually become. Like someone rolled a Warrior because he wanted to play as a Blade Master, for example, or a Mountain King. And yeah, War Within comes along, and all of a sudden we have hero specs. It's weird. Anyways. I know you have an amulet, and I have need of it. Fine, amulet take, but human help. Done. Rockpool attacked. Naga turn. Take villagers. Salt flop escape. but others do not. Go south. Talk to Chief Neptune. Maybe he survives. I will help you. Because I'm awesome. Yeah, we can finally be a mountain thane. Frickin' finally. So this is a hell of a sight. Take this in for a second. These are all murlocs. Whoops. Oh, I have no idea, Cashel. But yeah, there was the one in vanilla, and then there was like the several in BC. There was the guy in Serpent Shrine. There was Altruis. He was a Nagrand. And then there were the all of the ones involved in Black Temple, obviously. Then Wrath came along and added none. Then Kata came along and added 1, which we've actually already interacted with up in Felwood. And then the Demon Hunters kind of faded away for obvious reasons until Legion. Saltflup did not shame himself by running away. Look behind me and see for yourself. The rock pool had no hope against the Naga attack. The Bloodwash Naga and the Rockpool Murloc have lived amongst one each other for as long as we can remember. We've always had our differences, but never provoked. Why then would they turn on us? You see what they do now? They enslave us, sacrifice us, and force us to fight one another. I will stop them, human, and you will be my weapon. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, you can make a Pandaren Death Knight. Pandaria, when a fresh Pandaren joins the narrative, it's kind of weird, but effectively a Pandaren joins the narrative during Kata. Like, you know, at the beginning of Cataclysm, so... Yeah, the third Lich King is still out and about doing his thing at that point. A Pandaren Demon Hunter. Right. Guys, I think J. Palmer's crazy. I don't think I've ever given a single sound effect a positive before. I'm actually searching my memory for that right now. I say we've given several Nintendo games sound design positives. Quite a few of them, actually. I think basically all of them, actually. Sure, Uthor. I love hearing people talk about how retail is the worst game ever made. I don't suppose you have an example, Uthor? extremely off topic, but you just reminded me of someone who insisted that all MMO reviews I do are invalid unless I spend every week redoing the raids every week. And they weren't joking about that. The argument was that because raiding is such a major part of the game, the only way to properly review the game is to do raids constantly and keep adding that to the time expenditure and the score. So, no. I mean, I've heard the same argument in a different direction with regards to multiplayer. You know, like, say, how can you review StarCraft 2 without doing a bunch of competitive matches or hitting the ladder board? And it's like... You've done well. I am pleased, but not yet satisfied. Neptulon the Tidehunter is our god. He was the god of the Bloodwash, but they seem to have turned their backs on him. Huh. The Naga are turning against the elemental lord of water. Where have we heard that before? They choose to worship only Ashara, their Naga queen. You will see the likeness of Ashara littered around their settlements. He eyes your weapon. That weapon will do. Send it through their idols. They need to be reminded of who our father Neptulon is, the only one who truly rules the seas. No number of Naga deaths will bring back the Rockpool tribe, but any amount of revenge will help the spirits of my people rest more easily. Many of the more powerful Bloodwash have set up fortress in the caverns to the northwest. Slay them in the name of the Rockpool. The remaining Bloodwash have erected gladiatorial pools where they pit my people against each other and worship their false god. Slay them in the name of the Tidehunter. That is a fascinating question, Lanera, but the short answer is no. The long answer is any review of a PvP-centric game, a competitive multiplayer game, would be hilariously, wonderfully short. I'm almost tempted to just review Fortnite because it's going to be like a 20-minute stream. It's going to be great. See, what it would boil down to is, alright, so here's the interface, here's our controls, options, HUD. Yep. And that was Fortnite. We're done. But yes, that's one of the reasons why games, you know, like exclusively competitive multiplayer games, like say Team Fortress 2, or again Fortnite or whatever, are hard vetoed. We could review the game, but there's really no benefit or purpose in doing so. Another rare, by the way. That's just a waste of everyone's time. So to be clear, Huthor, what you're saying is you wish stats were really plain and vanilla and just gave you, you know, increased damage or crit or strength. Have I got good news for you? There's this game called Final Fantasy XIV. The world-renowned, epically... Oh god, I forget the whole name. Hang on. Ahem. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has exactly the kind of stats you're thinking of, and includes several expansions, including the award-winning Heavensward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime. I think that's actually out of date now, because I think Stormwood's included now, isn't it? I could be wrong, though. Don't ask me. I'm not sure if Stormblood is award-winning, though. Yeah, I like fun stuff when it comes to gear. I always have. Gear that's just stats has never interested me. My entire life, even when I was a kid. Things like increases the cooldown recovery rate of your major abilities by 177%, effective for agility-based rolls only. Or your heals have a chance to give you versatility. That's not whatever. What else we got here? Reduces damage taken from creature area of effect attacks by 148% for 15 seconds. Your attacks have a 14% chance to cleave, dealing same damage to up to 5 nearby targets. Reduced effectiveness, etc. Your heals have a chance to cleave. I mean, honestly, FF14's free trial completely destroys WoW's free trial. I like WoW a lot, and I do think it is the superior MMO in many ways, but FF14's free trial absolutely curb stomps WoW's. The great irony is, for the most of WoW's history, they couldn't possibly compete with that thanks to the very structure and nature of WoW. For the first time, they could actually do that now. What they could do is make all of WoW free up to the end of Dragonflight. So, you know, the usual free trial restrictions, those are the anti-bot measures, those should be there. But otherwise, you make a free account in WoW and you can just go play Dragonflight. Like, all of it. Boom. Done. And it's like, you want to join War Within? Well, sign up today, you know. It would amuse me tremendously if they did actually pull that trigger, because it's one of the few things about the new player experience that FF14, again, definitively has over World of Warcraft. Run. Run. I like how Luthor is completely ignoring me, by the way. I do like the name Vigor of Glorflax. That is amusing. You make this old Murloc proud. Thank you. May the waves ever lap at your feet. The last rock pool may be taken hostage today and killed tomorrow. They'll pass into the underworld knowing that a brave human avenged their death. Well, we helped you out. What little's left here. Time to go summon a demon. I think that'll improve the situation overall. Oh god, imagine if the Murloc starts summoning demons. You summoned Jaraxxus! Wait. Seriously? You're the one who summoned me? Oh my god. Elistar's left a small piece of himself in the amulet. Even now, I can sense its evil. He was an archmage. I can feel it. I'll hold the amulet while you get the rest. A A warlock. Powerful one at that. I'll hold on to this till the time's right. Oh, he's a warrior. I'll keep a hold of the arm until we're ready to move forward. Razalik plans to return to the Blasted Lands and overwhelm Azeroth with his demons. Even now, he's preparing to summon his legions to eliminate us. With the use of the amulets, we'll have the method to summon him, but no way to destroy him. Here, deliver this to Grimeo at the Dark Portal. He'll guide you. Quickly. Time is short. Okay. Oh god, the Murloc version of Jaraxxus. I think is roughly how that would sound.
Blessings upon you.
Do I know you?
Be kind to
No,
those
not
less
Kazim
fortunate.
again. This is madness, please. Remain quiet. My commander learns I still work for the Short One. You know how quickly I'll be removed from the watch. I see you speak the truth. So let's begin our business quickly so it'll be ended even quicker.
Do not lose faith. Dionys,
The scene wants you to gather granite chips from the chunk of rocks around the Dark Portal. I don't know what he'd want rocks for, but I have my suspicions, and they are not pleasant ones. Use this pick, look for outcroppings.
remember the lessons of the
Sharim wants demon blood. Speaking personally, the stuff does not seem like blood to me, more like liquid rot. But that is of no consequence. Luckily for you, the area around the Dark Portal is crawling with demons, infernals, fellhounds, felguards. They've all got what you need in copious, postulant amounts.
blessings upon your family.
Oh god. There's this new trinket. It gives you 15 stacks of Lagarbagarb. Every Lagarbagarb allows you to use your Flakarisen up against the Flagarbagarb. Every Flagarbagarb you have in stock also increases your agility by 3.28556732%. However, for every bit of agility that's being proved by that, you cannot burn that as an Lagarbagarb unless you lock it in with your Schleifenau. I don't know if you're familiar with the meme, Huthor, but amongst board game geeks, there's something of an infamousness for certain board games which are way, way overcomplicated. You know, that. Is that another rare? That is not another rare. Okay, good. Good, good, good. It's about to be mad. Yeah, I stopped paying attention to WoW data mining a while ago. For the most part, other than sharing some stuff earlier this week. Which is the first time I've looked at any of that in years at this point. Oh god. And now I began the ultimate cheddar. Oh, you forfeited the match. That means I get to play the player forfeited the match thing, and I win another match. Oh my god, he should have called it Mugio. He should have called it Mugio. Oh my god, please drop your stupid blood. Huthor, help me out here. Ah, thank you. Let's see if I can scoop up any of that stupid blood. It's time to move, move, move. Hey, it worked! I actually got the frickin' thing. Holy crapola. Thanks for the blood, Uthor.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Please, lower your voice.
Dionys Akar.
I hope this is what the Nob wanted.
Good health, long
What is that
life.
smell? Is that you or the blood?
Favor the road
Ugh.
traveled by
Ugh.
feet.
Kazim's request aside, I'm glad the watch commander... I'm sure that my watch commander's thankful for your efforts. They've been struggling to deal with these demon distractions for some time now.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Yeah, it is all the gnome asked of us. When you see him, make sure you let him know that this task ends my death. I will not suffer his request any longer.
Do not lose faith.
Oh my god, Zalal girl going... Yep, here, have a few fistfuls of blood. I just have those lying around. Don't ask questions. No, no. This is not questions land. This is sufficient. If you seek Ramios again, you may tell me he's performed satisfactorily, but no, his debt is not cleared. I will get to work on fashioning the stone knife of sealing. No time for questions now. All will be revealed in time. While I work, I have another task for you. Oh, don't look so upset. This task will be fun. It involves collecting body parts. We need Lormus Thalapides, the demon hunter. That's the guy from Vanilla. He knows Razalik's true name, and as you know, if you know the true name of a demon, you have power over it. This is arguably not true anymore, by the way. The problem is Lormus has been killed, his body torn apart. If you bring me the pieces, we still have a recourse. All 3 pieces are in the west. The Dreadmaul ogres hide them in their caves. Okay. Just in case, J. Palmer. You never know when you need a few fistfuls of blood. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hi there. No way. Another rare, by the way. Hey, look, everyone, I got a flawless Dranathus sphere. And it's gone. Alright. See you around, J. Palmer. Enjoy the film. Oh, God. Way too many, J. Palmer. Way too many. Well, we haven't summoned the demon yet, Savika. But don't worry, we're going to do it soon. First, we have to summon the demon hunter. And I suppose summon isn't quite the right word, but he's dead. So we need to make sure... we need to make him no longer dead. We need to come up with a word for that. And then once he is no longer dead, then we'll summon the demon. Unalive? That might work. Hello. Okay, fine. I'll kill you. But we need to hunt demons. How can we hunt demons if we don't summon them? Come on, think, Savika. Think. You know what? You get to die. Not Savika, the ogre. Just die. Just die. It's okay, it's okay. That's why we have the hunter, to track down the demon once we summon him. I mean, that would just be embarrassing, losing the demon after we summon him. That's true, we can track other demons after we summon this one, obviously. That's it. We'll summon a demon to track down demons. That's brilliant. They know where each other are, right? Him. Trust me, whatever happened to Lormus, we can fix it. The limits of blood magic are still undefined. Yes, I can work with this. Lormus Thalapides. I look forward to our reunion. Up on the bluffs to the west lies an altar, a powerful demonic altar guarded by cultists, but powerful nonetheless. If you can reach it, use it to bring Lormus back. The altar will likely resist your efforts, so you have to protect his body. Okay, I can do that. I mean, I can just stop the quest chains. Oh my god. Yeah, all demons know each other. Oh, that's it. I'll summon a demon, and that'll help me find another demon, right? And then, like, I'll make that demon help me find the third demon, and I'll make that demon help me down the fourth, and I'll just chain, right? This is too high, isn't it? Where's all gonna go? Ah, okay, Altar Storms. Another rare. Get out of my inventory. There we go. Listen, Sonic. It's fine, it's fine. We'll just summon it, and then things will work out. I've learned to not worry so much, you know? Yes, that is Jadefire Stomp. Oh, no, you don't. I actually have it as a passive. Because I have way too many abilities on my bar right now. So whenever my Fists of Fury ends, I do a Jadefire Stomp. But Jadefire Stomp itself actually has a 15-second cooldown. It's actually better to have it individual. I have way too many buttons on my bars. I suppose I can lose the stun? Alright, let's try that for a bit. Let's move that over here. And just, I guess, move the stun up here. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, there you go. Man. So Jadefire is a fun one. I believe it's a Shadowlands ability. Strike the ground, expose a path of jade for 30 seconds. Increases your movement speed while inside it. Does nature damage. Hang on, hang on. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. I missed several. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, camera. Work with me here. Okay, there we go. Ham. As I was saying, does a bunch of nature damage to something, restores health to one ally caught within the path, and up to 5 additional enemies also take nature damage. You, what have you done? I rezzed you. I see, this is the path I must take. Meet me back up in the cave, heroes. Okay. He's being awfully grumpy given that I just resurrected him. Oh well, we've got our demon hunter. Now it's time to summon our demon.
How may I help?
You fool, what have you done? You're welcome.
Farewell.
That's not me making that up. That's literally his quest turn in dialogue is, you fool, what have you done? Yeah, he knows that summoning demons is totally rad. We should do more of it. Sorry, lining something up here really quick. Alright. Knife is ready. Lormus is present. He knows what he must do. I'll take the 3 amulets and use their enchantment. I am prepared to perform the ritual when you are. Speak to me when you're ready. Let's do it. Let's summon a demon. with the power within the amulets of Razalik, I bind you to his lair. Okay.
Greetings.
It seems we're prepared to face our demon. We have the amulet's blessing, we have the stone knife, and I know this demon's true name, Rockleek. Together, this may be enough to defeat the Defiler.
Asha Fela.
Listen well. First, we travel to the deathly Usher, who waits at the northern foot of the thing. He'll take us to the top of the rise, because you surely don't have flight at this point. Once there, help me defeat Razalik, for I fear I'm not strong enough to defeat him alone. Most importantly, I need you to hold on to the knife, and do not use it till I tell you to. The knife will trap Razalik's soul in its new eternal prison.
Goodbye.
Okay. Cool. That's cool. It sounds terrible, actually. So this is actually kind of clever. Any given entity that dies on its home plane dies permanently, but the consequence of that is if they die not on their home plane, they just go back to said home plane. In other words, if you kill a demon, all it does is it goes back to the Twisting Nether. So how do we defeat a demon permanently? I have returned from the grave to destroy you. Death has not erased my memory. I still know your name, Rockleek. Come and know demise. Fool of a demon. How many pieces must I cut you into this time? So this guy had one major attack back in vanilla. Can you guess what it is? Any guesses? He had a knockback. That doesn't sound terrifying. I zoomed out the camera for a reason. Yeah, that. Ooh, okay. What's this, Lormus? I see. They used the Altar of Storms, didn't they? You must feel it then, the demonic energy entering your heart, your lungs, your souls. Allow me to speed up the process a bit. Now, heroes, finish me while Razalik possesses my body. It is done. Leave me here, then, while I wrestle with Razalik in the next one. Your job is done, heroes. So what they decided to do was use somebody as a prison for the demon. Probably not the best of ideas, but believe it or not, we'll actually see a follow-through of that in several expansions.
May the light embrace you.
Lorimus resurrected, and then he trapped the demon inside his own body by the light. I see, so this was Kazim's plan all along. I suspected correctly, but I suppose I refused to believe it. One last thing, Kazim left one more instruction with me. I did not understand it at first, but given events, it now makes sense. Here, choose one of these. Okay. Thanks, I think.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Cool. Well, like I said, the good news is that is not the last we will hear of Lorimus Thelapides. Now, I think we're all done with summoning demons, right? Right? Okay, so let's go summon some demons. Alright, let's see here. So this whole area here, this brackish swamp, this whole area used to be a non-zone. There was no real content here. All there was a single raid boss. That guy, right there, Lord Kazak. And the whole area existed like this. It all looked like this completely gray, dead zone. Now it looks like this. And there's a Worgen tree there. It looks a little sickly, though, for some reason.
What's your story?
Not surprisingly, most of our citizens in Surwich did not come to the Blasted Lands for the pleasant atmosphere. They came following the dream of an idealistic druid, Marl Wormthorn. Wormthorn believed the tainted scar could be healed and attempted to grow it back. Looks like he was wrong. He grew the forest, but the land is plagued by demons, and his great tree is twisted and gnarled. I'm still hopeful. Maybe we head in and clear out some of the taint.
Long live Greymane.
Right. So... You know how we associate weird things with weird other things? I will always associate this specific zone with watching a specific speedrun. It was the Donkey Kong Country Game Boy speedrun. It was during one of the GDQs. This would have been a while ago at this point. It wasn't my first character, I think. I'm almost positive. And that's actually all I have to say about that. I don't have any big story. It's just, I always find it funny. You go into a place and you're immediately reminded of something you've associated with it, you know? I'm sure most of you in chat have something similar like that. Look, the last thing we need is the Zanger to breach into Azeroth. Seriously, can we skip that? Just straight up skip it, please. What's really funny about those kind of memories, at least for me, and I guess this is just how human memory works, I'm not sure about that, don't quote me, is I didn't remember that particular speedrun until the moment I landed here and started thinking about doing these quests, and that was just like, memory unlocked. To my knowledge, no. Very well. Although, well, I guess that's not true. Based on how the setting works, that portal is long since gone. Because, you know, Warlords is gone. Draenor is gone. That's a branch timeline. It has since folded back into the Timeways. If you remember, or maybe you don't, during the Magkar quest, that's one of the reasons why we were in such a hurry. And it required so much effort to get back to Draenor's because the timeline was already on its way out, and all of the existing portals there were gone. So I suppose they actually have addressed that. Which spec in WoW would I be if I could be? Now that is a fascinating question. Because there's actually two answers to that, depending on how you think of the question. Yeah, the world was... I'm kidding. Not very pleasant. Because on the one hand, it's the one you just wish to choose, right? Just like, hey, I want to be such and such. But on the other hand is, which one do you think you would actually be really good at? Like, which one do you think fits you in terms of personality and perspective? For example, I'd love to say Paladin. I'm a tank at heart. Wielding the light sounds pretty rad to me. Especially since Paladins can also heal and, you know, bring back from the dead. At least under certain circumstances. Problem is, the light is empowered by faith, which is not something I have a lot of. I have too much doubt to be something Paladin-y. In fact, if anything, I'd probably be more like a Shadow Priest.
We've been walled
I
up
don't
for
want
far
to be
too
a
long.
Shadow Priest. So, what would I be good at? Arcane Mage. Easy answer. I am far too organized and orderly to be anything else. You say the demons were all worshipping the tree. That's as I feared then.
We are bound by
I believe the
a common
taint of the
enemy.
Blasted Lance has finally exerted its influence over my friend Wormthorn. His experiment has failed, and his great tree now only serves as a focus for the demons to rally around. The tree must come down, and Wormthorn with it. Oh, okay.
Farewell.
We're about to commit the act we're about to commit must not be made known to the townspeople. Morale is low enough as is. Wow. What? Oh.
What brings you here?
Well, I'm surprised Coinsport is willing to go forward with his plan. I'm also relieved. I've seen the demons rallying around Maldraz. I share his fears.
Farewell.
We need a way to get Wormthorn's attention, something to break him out of his trance, something guaranteed to work. A few types of wildlife that manage to make a foothold are, without a doubt, affected by the land's energies. Your task is to collect their body parts and combine them into a vessel.
Del Nado.
That's kind of gross. So the practical answer for me is, of course, Arcane Mage, but what I want to be. Like, if I could just magically have that level of power, and I don't need to worry about the mentality or the source or anything else, right? For example, you could be a warlock without having to worry about, you know, channeling demonic energy. Yeah, by the way, 2 quests in one zone about stitching people together. It's not even an undead zone. We're just doing that. It's just what we do now. Which is funny, because our whole job here is to try and, you know, deal with demons. So here we go. I'm torn on the want question. There's a lot of classes I would want to be. Or specs, I suppose I should say. We're in the Blasted Lands part. We're about to finish the Blasted Lands, actually. Then I'm going to break for lunch. Then I'm going to try and rope people into doing Sunken Temple with me. That's going to be the hard part, because nobody wants to do Sunken Temple. See, the problem is, I think the real answer for a class I would want to be, I swear this doesn't make me evil, would probably be Death Knight. Death Knight or Demon Hunter. One of the two. Kind of the inverse of each other, really. Death Knight is the big, tanky, stand there and deal with it. And Demon Hunter is the one that, you know, is extremely agile, mobile, etc., etc. So, if we're doing the want with no consequences, it would be one of those two. Now, here's the funny thing. My third pick after Demon Hunter and Death Knight would probably be Arcane Mage, which, as we've already addressed, is something I could just handle. But yeah, there's a couple of consequences with picking those classes in lore, which is why I separated that question into two. Oh, and we're going to be doing Sunken at level. Hear white noise. Which in this case means 67, but that's how that lines up. Same question for FF14, for anybody who knows enough about that to answer that. Which class would you want to be, and which class do you think would best suit you in FF14? Reaper. In terms of which one I would want to be, I would probably go ahead and go with Paladin. But if I'm being really honest with myself, I know I would make a better Dark Knight. Damn it, Chill Pangolin. We talked about this. Listen, I know what you're talking about, Magister. I'm not interested in holy or unholy. I'm interested in helping people. That's my job. Yes, yes, I give myself to the Light Forged. We will purge the heretics! Anyways, thank you, Chill Pangolin, for the sub, as always. I will jot that down. Or Sid Meier's Pirate. The 2D platformer block. Super Lesbian Animal RPG. Just need one brain. Guys, I need a brain. Can anyone lend me a brain really quick? Never mind, got the brain. Damn it! Freaking demon. Ugh. Good news, though. I've combined the brain into a demon vessel. That's not actually a joke. That's literally what I just did. Because we've got to summon more demons.
Get gabbing or get going. Keep your chin up, eh?
He looks warily at the device you've assembled. Very well, we have what we need to break his trance and put an end to him and his experiment. When word gets out where we're done, there's no saying what the citizens will do. They cling so closely to his dream, but still it must be done. Take the demoniac vessel and use it on Marl Wormfoot to pull him from his trance. Return to me when he is no more. When the demons took his mind, all hope was lost. What's really frustrating about this is this druid's idea was actually completely sound. The problem is, his plan involved entering a trance in the middle of a massive demon-infested hellhole. Now, you might have missed it there, so you might need to pay careful attention, but maybe you in chat can tell me what the problem was with his brilliant plan. God, fell apart. Like, honestly, literally just having a group of people defend you while you're doing this, and boom, that would have worked out. Literally, just having some basic-ass bodyguards. But no, he had to go off on his own and enter a trance, which made him extremely vulnerable to any... Like, I want you to imagine you're asleep in a demon-infested hellhole, and a demon walks up and is just like, what is he doing? Like,
what can I do for you?
Thank you. I and the people of Surwich are in your debt. Please feel free to take one of these. They're gloves. Yeah.
That's enough gabbing for me today.
You only are going to give me one glove, you asshole. Alright. Well, I was hoping to finish a third zone today, but it is not to be so. By today, I mean the first shift. But... We are done with the Blasted Lands. Next up, we're going to be doing the Burning Steppes and retiring our human for the time being. Hopefully, we'll actually get the Sunken Temple in there, too. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and pause for lunch. I'll see you in a bit.